Ed, can you hear us?
Battery lasts so long.
Ed Rice, can you hear us?
I done it this
I
morning.
feel like I'm speaking in the desk.
But no, I charged it like really.
Ed, can you hear us? So this was
Really?
August.
Left it. Yeah, Drew, how are you?
Ed, can you hear us?
Had a nice day today?
I don't know if this is me.
Got a lot done.
She will or will not.
There you go.
Ed, can you hear us? Ed Rice.
I mean, teaching is brutal. It's just exhausting, you know? Like I've done a couple of those jobs, but not one that's like, it's like, yeah, it's all.
Well.
I also think when a sub comes in, they just know that it's gonna be a payday. And so that mindset's kind of hard to fight. But they're like, oh, it's sub, what about it here? But for the most part, like, I mean, I got along with it, but it is like they're so easily distracted. I have very poor classroom management skills. Very poor management, right? Oh, and I have a 4-year-old. I'm like, you stop it. You sit down. I remember I was subbing for at the Cowan.
Hi, great grandma.
They have all these tablets, right? They have the little laptops, and I can't see what's on there. So I'm like checking around.
Has he called today yet? Has he said great grandma yet?
Yes.
I thought so.
Mine's
Kyle, can you hear us? Ed, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
I got Kyle. Where's Kyle?
Ed, can you hear us? Is he muted? It looks like he's muted. Is that?
Yeah, so is that Kyle?
Yeah, it's muted.
Nothing is working. Sorry, I can't see. Oh, that's what it is. Tell him to call it again.
Okay.
Probably get through our roll call pledge.
Are we ready to start it then?
On the calls.
Okay, we're ready for recording. Okay. I will call this August 16th Montezuma-Cortez School Board meeting to order. If we could establish roll call first, right? Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
And for that,
Lane Frazier.
Aye.
Stacy Hall.
Aye.
Jeanette Hart.
Aye.
Sherry Noyes.
Aye.
Ed Rice is pending. Cody Wells.
Aye.
Sherry Wright. Is everybody
Aye.
logged on?
yes.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to change my setting.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I can get a motion to set the agenda.
Make motion to set the agenda. I second.
Right.
There was some little quiet voices. I couldn't.
Oh,
I made it, Jeanette seconded. Thank you.
Voted this time.
I'm not on.
I don't have it yet either, so.
Oh, that was me. I hadn't hit the button yet. I forget there's a button. Go ahead.
There it is. Yeah, I just got.
You said it.
Mine didn't come on.
Neither did Lance.
Neither did yours.
Lance.
I did, mine didn't.
Sherry, mine came on in the upper left-hand corner.
Corner?
Upper left-hand corner, is what finally came out.
I have it saved.
Do we have Ed?
We're still, he's there, but he's muted on his end.
I think you should.
We're gonna have to see with that.
Okay, mine's not coming on and I've got it. I've done everywhere. So,
How do you vote? Ms. Wright?
aye.
Mr. Rice, can you hear us?
It shows that he's muted.
It's on his side. Okay, well,
I'll just move along while we're working on it. Okay, can I get,
Vote is unanimous with the exception of Mr. Rice not being present at the vote.
okay, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the July 19th, 2022 board meeting?
I'll make a motion.
Second,
Any changes? Discussion? Deborah, whenever you're ready.
You can vote at this time.
Mine's there. Mine has to come on.
Takes a while.
And it seems like
There's
it
10
lines up
I have some.
differently than yours, at a different time than yours, so kind of scattered almost.
These,
Yeah, it's kind of loud. I mean, it's kind of.
okay, Deb, mine didn't come on, I vote yes.
You. Is it a unanimous vote with the exception of Mr. Rice not being available for the vote?
I just texted and it says the host is not allowing me to unmute.
Are you executive? Are you in executive content?
Press *6 on the spot.
I've gone up here to board. I think if I has been lost, please log back in. I'm going to have to log back in, you lost me.
Oh, that changed the vote.
I already voted once on this one, but it's
Yeah,
telling me to
something
do.
there just changed it.
So does she want us to vote again?
Everybody was. No, I'm changing for you guys. Okay. Unanimous vote with the exception of Mr. Rice not being able to vote.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the August 2nd, 2022 work session?
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the 8/2/22 work session meeting.
A second. Voting is open.
I'm an aye. I'm trying to log back in.
You're a yay?
I'm a yay.
Okay.
Okay, unanimous vote with the exception of Mr. Rice not being able to vote.
Moving on to reports. Report A, celebration reports. Do you have any celebration reports? Well, I think getting our kids back into school, celebration, it was a little rocky on a couple of spots, but got it handled. Thank you guys for all that was involved to get us back on track. I think the convocation went exceptionally well. I really liked that. I enjoyed myself. Hope everybody else did too, but I really liked it.
That was really nice.
Yeah.
Sit down, stand up.
Sit down, stand up. sit
Yeah,
down.
that was, no,
Next time.
I thought that gave us a lot of exercise. No, I thought it was really nice. I hope that the teachers appreciate the prizes.
I heard something too after I got back, that somebody in our community made a basket of little square things. And inside it was a note, and it was taken to the junior high school, I believe. And also with a basket of other things in it. And it was for all of the kids or whoever. And inside it was a note, and printed on both sides, was if the kid is having trouble during the time, to carry that with them at all times. And there was a little prayer on the other side for them to get them through the day. And I thought that was something special. Was your group okay with that over there, or?
I was aware of the basket with the stuff for staff. I couldn't honestly say that I saw that part of it.
Yeah.
secretary's name. So, but we were very appreciative of.
So the people that I heard from seemed to be excited about it. So I thought it was an exciting thing if it was a positive thing for all of our kids, you know.
Anything else?
The road's fixed.
On Maple Street?
No, it's not. Not off of Main Street.
Well, there's still roadblocks, but it has pipelines fixed.
2:30 something, they fixed the road. And there's gravel on it, so it's still closed up at Main, but it's south side first it's open.
Okay, anybody else? Anything else right now? Okay, moving on to B, superintendent's report.
Superintendent Burris asked me to present his report.
Yeah. You want to?
Sure, you choose. That's you.
Hello, board.
Good
evening. Thank you for this opportunity to present an update from our superintendent's office. During the end of July, 1st of August, Superintendent Burris has met with several individuals within the community and our social services, public health, and also the judicial court system. He is building relationships and working through the process for the attendance requirements that he is setting in place for the 2022-2023 school year. And this will be an ongoing process as there are several FERPA issues, which is the federal confidentiality issues that we have to navigate through in order to hold the parents and the students accountable for their attendance at the school. Also moving on, Mr. Burris, Mr. Archibald, and myself have had numerous meetings with BOCES. We've also invited the Cortez Director, Stacy Baxter, to our executive meetings every Monday morning, and this seems to greatly improve communication. We've been made aware of processes and procedures that have been implemented that we were not aware of in the past, and also specific student concerns. And it seems to be very beneficial to have someone from BOCES attend on a weekly basis and keep us up to date. Also, we have a direct pathway to provide information to BOCES so they can take it back to their executive team, and then it's helping us work together very well. I'm super excited to announce that we have implemented Frontline Technologies. It is the new software program for absenteeism tracking and substitute management. We were told it would take 6 to 8 weeks to implement this process. And I am very proud to say Kimberly Yin has made a new record. She did it in just shy of 2 weeks. And it was online, up and working as of this last Friday. There are still some little issues that we're navigating through, but for the most part, our staff have all been able to download the app and register and have already began, requesting time off through the app. And then we've also began training with our substitute to go on and choose the days and classes to cover. So in Mr. Burris's report, he specifically wanted to commend Kimberly for her hard work. And she went above and beyond. She really did take this project under her wing and successfully implemented the entire system. So kudos to Kimberly in my office. I'm very proud of her. I had to say that. She is. She's good. She's really good. Also, Mr. Burris has been working closely with Eastern New Mexico University to establish a partnership for the Grow Your Own program. This is up and running, actually. We've had numerous employees who have submitted their applications and are waiting to hear when they can actually start their classwork. It will be all online, and the district has connected up to 6 credits per semester, I believe, for our employees to take to continue their education, to become educators or work in the district. So that's
awesome.
right along. I'm really excited about that. We've been working, Mr. Burris has been working very closely with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and the new district leadership that they have there. We spent time meeting with them individually, and then also we were able to go down and meet with them during the new employee orientation, where they had a meet and greet for all of their new leadership team. Don't have the gentleman's full name. Michael is the wife, the district leader and his assistant. And then also with Councilman White Skunk and Councilman Wall, and also Elizabeth, or Councilman President. I'm very glad that we are spending a lot of our effort and time building these relationships, because if there is an issue like there was the afternoon with the buses, there was some lack of communication with the flooding at the middle school, which caused a delay of the buses picking up those students and then arriving at the high school. By the time they were able to get back into Toyoak and drop the students off, it was substantially later than what they had thought. And so, it could have, if we hadn't had such good relationships with the councilmen and the leaders there, it could have led to a lot of trauma. I mean, a lot of disarray and, disrespect, but we were able to work through it. I know that the Director of Transportation spent a substantial amount of time with those leaders today. They had some type of, it's not a Zoom, but where they have a conversation and it's audio cast out to the community. So they had a lengthy discussion and talked specifically about the routes and the times and the reasons why there were changes, and they got input back, and they were able to make some accommodations for certain individuals. And then they were also able to upload the new routing pickups at the same time. It's on our app as well. It's very important that we build these strong relationships with the tribe and all of their members and the councilmen and the leaders, because we rely on them in these circumstances just as much as they rely on us. And I think we're doing a good job. I think that Mr. Burris is doing an excellent job at building trust and relationships with them. I'm not sure what this next one is. Ed Rice found a cell phone letter to parents, and we have provided that letter and wanted to have a discussion and talk to you about that. I think it is on the agenda, I believe so. We can move that to the discussion. Mr. Burris has also scheduled the Superintendent Advisory Council monthly meetings with the teachers, as well as the Cortez Teachers Association meetings, monthly meetings. Those have been sent out for calendar invites. And then reiterate his last bullet point here. I have heard many positive comments from teachers and staff. It's exciting to be here and involved with education. I appreciate all that the board does to make the school district awesome. This year, moving through orientation and beginning of school and just all of the changes, all of the new staff, there has been a huge amount of excitement and positive reinforcement. Staff members are excited, they're happy, they're very optimistic optimistic that this will be a fabulous year. And I hope that our principals all agree, and you heard that same positiveness. The high school is amazing. The culture that Emily has already established in the short time that she's been there, leading the school, it's very bright. So I really am excited about that. There were two other items that Mr. Burris asked me to report on. One I'll go into in more depth, but it was the new boundaries that have been established for Mesa and Kemper. I have provided you the link in my board report that will take you directly to the GIS mapping system through the Montezuma County. I brought a hard copy if you'd like to look at that as well. But the mapping was established, and that was sent out to all of the parents and staff and students that have been asking for it for the last month. So that really, it's good to have that finished. And then the one last item was regarding the water line break that happened this morning. So the city has repaired that water line. It took them a while to determine how far back it went. I spoke to Ray today, and he said that it had been repaired, and school will commence tomorrow at both middle school and Mesa. He did say that he would be working late this afternoon and into the evening, making sure that all of the lines were pumped through, so there wasn't the discolored water coming through that break. Ray's been putting in extremely long hours, and his crew is working diligently to get all of our campuses up to speed for school. Any questions? Okay, I will come back to the podium. It's my turn.
Okay, so
Really quick, can we check and see if Mr. Rice can hear us now?
Ed, can you hear us?
You there?
Thank you.
Report item C, Executive Director of Finance report.
Good evening, board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so in my report, I included a few items. The first is a capital reserve request that's going to be an action item later on tonight. Essentially, when we set out our budget for the year, we'd put about $60,000 to purchase 2 fleet vehicles for the year as part of the capital reserve plan. After some further discussion and some further data review with transportation, it was suggested that instead of buying 2 vehicles this year, we purchased 1, and we used the rest of that funding to purchase. It's a Snap-on mobile diagnostic work center. And what it does is it allows us to run our own diagnostics. And then if we need to repair something, we can do it ourselves. Currently, we're sending buses out to get diagnostic work done, and then the repairs thereafter. And it's about $3,000 to $4,000 each time we do that. And we have mechanics that are certified to work on those buses. And if we have the diagnostics machines there, we can do all that in-house. And so we looked at it, and if based on how many we've done in the last few years, this machine would pay for itself within a couple of years at the rate we're going. So that'll be run request coming on later this afternoon. And then the second is a resolution for capital lease. Since my board report, I've spoken to some individuals at the state, and essentially because we plan to use ESSER 3 for the first 2 years of this lease, a resolution isn't required by law. However, the bank would like to see, some kind of proper document recognizing that the board understands they're going into this lease. So we'll just continue with the paperwork that's attached to this action item as well. One thing that I would like to mention is we've been in conversation with the company that's building the portables, as well as a financing company. And one little caveat that's coming up is because of the number of students that are going to be in the portables at Mesa and Kemper, there is a a code, a building code that requires 2 ADA access points to those portables. And the original price quoted came with 2 ADA and 2 sets of stairs. So there may be an additional cost to get the additional ADA, I guess, ramps that are required for the Colorado code. However, it may be a break even because out at Louis Ariola, where they're going to put that 2-room portable and the grade of the elevation of where it's going to be laid versus where the ground level is, it may not need as much of a ramp as originally thought. So we might save some money there and have to spend a little bit more on the other 2. However, I can't, we're in a weird spot because we want to get the lease financed by a certain point, and we don't know what those additional costs, if there's going to be an additional cost. So their recommendation was at this time to move forward with the resolution and the lease agreement that we currently have. And if there are any changes, I'll have them by next month to bring to you, or I'll be able to let you know that we don't have to make any changes and everything's fine. But I just wanted you to be aware of the situation. I'm trying to get those portables here as soon as possible. Also,
When will you order
yes.
them? When will you order them?
So they will be, essentially, we can start work on these after this resolution is signed to the financing company. There's going to be some additional signatures probably required around the 26th, but most of the, especially after tonight, most of the agreement's going to be in place, and they already have a very, I would say 80% design of exactly what we're going to need here for our buildings. So when we, again, speaking to them, it's not an issue of necessarily them building them. It's 3 modulars. They've been doing this for a long time, and they have a really good team that puts them together fairly quickly. It's going to be when they're ready and the weather, depending on when they can get them here. So in the meantime, we have a lot of work to do. We're working with a general contractor to get all the foundation sketches laid out, and then we're going to have to probably go out to bid to get the plumbing and electrical in a place where we can just have it all set up. So when those portables get here, the only thing that we're going to have to do is install fire suppression if need be, or a fire system, whatever the recommendation is by our local fire chief. So that's what's going on with the portables.
Can you give me an estimation? January, February?
I would say, I mean, I mentioned at the last board meeting, we're going to plan on January and give ourselves a month of a buffer due to weather. So nothing's changed there.
All right, thank you.
And then other than that, just as a heads up, just FYI, we had some back to school training that we led from the finance office and the HR office. It went really well. Got to see all the admin assistants and secretaries across the district. So I think it was a good way to start the year. And then just our audit for last year is about to start. I've scheduled an appointment with Lori Haley, August 22nd, to get that started. So hopefully we can get that done much sooner than we did last year. Any questions?
How's the roof coming at Mesa?
So the last update I got on the roof at Mesa was that they're going to be coming back on the weekends to finish up the majority of the big pieces, I guess. And then all the finished work they're going to try to do during the week and have it done within the next couple weeks.
Okay.
I did speak with Ray today and got an update on that. They will be completed with all of it except for 18 feet on the west side of the building by Thursday.
Oh, good.
And then they will begin that 18 feet on the west side. The crew will come back on Friday, and he said they're supposed to have it done by Saturday, weather permitting. And if you look at the weather
It's not
forecast,
permitting.
it's supposed to be raining the rest of the week. So that was the update that the crew gave him specific to Dave when he went over there to check on it.
Well, I have hay down, so it's gonna rain all the time. Just making a statement, general statement here.
That's how it works.
That's how it works.
Any more questions for Kyle?
Thank you, Kyle.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kyle. Okay. Report to the Executive Director of Student Academic Services, Mr. Parr.
Good evening, board. So not a ton in my report that we haven't seen before, but I'll go over those things again. The first section of my report continues to highlight the areas in the strategic plan that we chose, and we will continue to do that and have updates on the progress of those goals as the year goes on. As President Noyce stated, we're back to school. It's exciting to have kids back in the buildings. It's kind of a funny phenomenon where you spend all this time working really hard to get things going. You have all these issues and problems, and then when the kids get back, it's like, oh, it's all focused on the kids again. So
As it should be.
we can get the adult issues out of the way and start dealing with what those guys need. So we're excited to do that. Just a kind of a reiteration of things that took place over the last couple of weeks. We had trainings in PD. On August 1st, we had our new staff returning to us, and or not returning, but coming to us for the first time. And they had some HR orientation. They had some buildings and assignment orientations, a TOYAC visit that went well, and some new teacher training. Heather Murphy is our, for lack of a better term, new Cindy Hawk this year. So she is our new teacher coach, and she was busy as a bee all that week trying to get things lined up for those guys and get them ready for the year. Really excited about her. She's very energetic and has a passion for that work, coaching teachers. So excited to be proud. And then the following week, our returning staff, obviously we had the convocation. We had some professional development for English language arts at our elementary level with the new programming. We had some BOCES PD, and then our buildings had specific PD along with some data review. I am pleased to say that having participated in some of the PD for our elementary ELA program, the benchmark, there was a lot of great enthusiasm from the teachers with that program. So I was pretty excited. A number of things. In fact,
That's a relief.
the presenter at the end of each session basically did a big circle in the room and asked, positives. And of course, are you going to necessarily get up there and say negative things? No, but at the same time, everybody had something different that they were positive about with that program. So it was exciting in that. So I look forward to seeing that play out for the rest of the year and how that goes. So I'm excited. Just again, to reiterate our PD Fridays that we will be kicking into gear next week. We'll start a process of analyzing Colorado academic standards and basically breaking those down and doing some backwards planning. I contend that good teachers could fly an airplane with no windows if they had a good map, and knowing your academic standards is your map. So that's where they need to go. That's where they need to get kids. So that's going to be the work of our initial PD Fridays. Then we'll really start digging into data as it starts to come into play throughout the year so that we can adjust our instruction and meet the needs of our kids. CMAS, PSAT, SAT data. We as a district currently have it. It is embargoed until tomorrow night, actually, when the State Board of Education meets and it's presented to the State Board. So at our next meeting, you can look forward to seeing data from this last year for both for CMAS, PSAT, and SAT for all of it. So you will have an opportunity to have a look at it. We could bring it to the work session too and have discussion if you like, and then we could present it at the meeting as well. So that's stuff to look forward to in the next couple of meetings. In addition to that, Andy Swanson from the Colorado Department of Education will be visiting us to talk about accountability, just where we sit on the clock, how that's going to affect some of our schools going forward, that type of thing. But he will be here for the September 20th board meeting to present at that time. And he will also be in district to help the UIP process as we get that started with our schools. An update on the playground formerly at Mana, but currently we are working with the same group that helped us at Luis Ariola and Cortez Middle School to build the wonderful playground facilities that they did. But they have offered to work with us again to, one, help potentially try and transfer the grant that Mana had received from GOCO to Mesa to update their facilities. They've also will begin working to try and bolster that donation, perhaps through the Colorado Health Foundation, which is the same group that helped us build those playgrounds at CMS and Lewis. So, you know, big goal would be that they could find us some more funding and we could upgrade that playground at Mesa to meet the needs of the extra kids that are in that building now too. So that's exciting. It's in the very beginning process. In fact, this afternoon, Mr. Lehman and myself met with a representative from a company called Summit Recreation. And they're basically the company that builds the playground facilities. And we met with them out in Mesa so they could kind of look around and see what's out there and the type of space that is available. So that process is underway. We don't have a timeline for that yet. First thing is they have to determine if that GOCO grant will transfer from Mana to Mesa. They didn't feel like there would be a lot of resistance there, but it still has to go before the GOCO board as well. So, last couple of items, our charter schools, Pleasant View Group is working on, as you guys are aware, putting together an application for a charter school. So we are in communication with them. Technically, the application date was set in August 1st for statute, but we had discussions about possibly, modifying that date so that they could have time. It is basically up to us as an LEA and you as a board to determine what that date is. And at this time, it seemed prudent to give them some extra time to get that done. So at some point, I would like to, I know it's not on our agenda tonight, but perhaps at our work study or our study session, we can discuss what date we would like to see that application completed.
If they could come and tell us where they're at,
Yeah.
it would help us set a deadline.
Yeah, I can get those guys together and have them address it. And then lastly, something just to note, Battle Rock Charter School has made a request to amend their contract to remove the specified number of students currently set at 90. They would like to expand, and basically it's just a matter of taking that wording out of their contract. So,
But we do not have their contract.
no, we don't have it here with us at
I
this
see
time.
that we're supposed to vote on it, but I am not comfortable voting on something if I can't see the contract.
I did not know that it was an action item for this.
It is honest action item.
Okay. What I can do is I can find a copy of that. If you would like, I can get that for you this evening.
It's the rest of the board.
Mr. Parr, is the 3-page document that was to sign different than the contract? Because we do have that.
I don't, I'm not aware of that.
It's an amendment to the contract, but not the contract itself. So I mean, it's gonna, this details everything that's gonna change.
So you've got the contract there.
Well, no, this isn't the contract. This is just, but it's in your.
Yeah, I
board
read
packet.
that, but
Yeah.
it wasn't.
That's the
given-
same thing
It's,
that's
yes,
here.
it's not the contract. I mean,
And I can provide a
I mean,
copy of
some
the
of the things
original.
that they were asking, I kind of I think it's more discussion right now than action.
Well, and maybe we can move that to our next meeting or the
Well,
discussion.
it's the way the board feels. I'm talking personally.
Sure, absolutely.
So I read what was on here and I just have a lot of questions.
I understand. And that wraps up my. Is there any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was good. Okay, Executive Director of Human Resources. Ms. Eldridge.
Here's a copy of the map if you all haven't seen it. You can take a look at it and pass it down. That is the one that has the link that goes directly to the GIS mapping. Again, thank you for letting me present. I hope you're all doing well tonight. You have a copy of my board report. The first bullet, we were all aware of, and I would like to just wouldn't have any questions about that. I will answer questions, but I would like to just go. Admiral Wells and John Corbett are leading the renewal presentation for the board's approval for the 2023 health benefit plan carriers. An updated version of the marketing results is attached for your review prior to the TPA carriers who will be presenting to the board. I wanted to note that Anthem also confirmed that they will offer a $15,000 annual wellness fund that the district can use towards establishing a wellness program that we discussed during our strategic planning. We'll also present as an ASO finalist and Summit as a TPA finalist, and I will let Admiral explain the difference to you in layman terms so you can ask a lot of questions. So John Corbett and Ann are here, and so are representatives from Summit and Anthem. Triad Employees Assistance Program, or EAP, has provided all employees their monthly webinar and newsletter focusing on back to school. Mental health and self-care are the focal points this month. The newsletter has been sent to all employees within the district and as a benefit reminder. Also for all employees and staff and family members, I have attached the website credentials, username and password, so you guys can check it out and see what it's all about. New employee orientation was held the week of August 1st through the 5th, and Robles again, USI. Our senior account manager was on site to provide the new eligible staff a review of benefits. I've also attached the benefit enrollment guide that was presented to those staff members and is also available for any and all members of our plan. I would like to acknowledge Ms. Robles' dedication to Montezuma-Cortez School District RA1 since the partnership with USI began. She has been personally involved in all areas of our transition from the previous broker. She's also taken on the task of answering employees' questions regarding their personal health issues and insurance discrepancies. I would also just like to note, she's been here every board meeting and work session, and she came back for orientation, so I would really like to give her some kudos. John Corbett is our lead on with USI, and I was a little nervous when he said that he was gonna put Ann on our account and that he wasn't gonna be personally available the entire time because I guess. But I've learned to trust John wholeheartedly, and when he assigned Ann, she was fantastic. So I just really want to acknowledge her and tell her how much I appreciate, and so does our employees. Also, I gave you a copy of the district rezoning map. And in the board report, there's a link that will take you directly to that map from our website. And also for the record, for anyone watching or wanting to check it out, if you go to Montezuma-Cortez School District website, the front page, scroll down to the bottom, and there is a link that says district mapping, remapping for Kemper and Mesa. You can click on that and it'll bring up the map and show you all of the changes as well as the new zones. We're also having Montezuma County Planning, GIS Planning, print these larger ones for health here and I think for transportation and the schools. So this will be available on large scale for anybody who wants to look at it, and or you can go online and see it. Again, I noted in my report about the frontline system, so I wanted to just make sure that all of our staff are aware that it has been implemented and we are utilizing it. We will also be tracking paper absenteeism for the first month or so, just to make sure that it's working and that we don't miss anyone. Moving on with the substitute management, very pleased to report the hiring of 11 new substitute teachers for the new school year, bringing the total to 38 subs. This number does not include our long-term substitutes we currently have on board. I have worked with the Director of Finance and requested that the pay for our substitutes be reviewed, and it's an action item tonight to keep us competitive with other districts and the charter schools. We have addressed the salary schedule for our teachers and our staff. However, substitutes were not moved on that scale. And so with this change, it will bring the substitute pay substantially higher, and that we streamlined it so there's not 5 separate different areas to track. And it makes a lot of sense. And so I hope that you've had a chance to look at that, and I truly encourage the board to, I'm recommending that we approve that tonight to continue attracting substitutes to our district. As mentioned above, new employee orientation was conducted the week of August 1st, and it concluded on August 5th with a full morning of policy and procedure review, followed by lunch with the Ute Mountain Ute tribal leaders and a guided tour of Toyac provided by Mr. Linwood Wall. As mentioned last work session, the district has partnered with Loco Vision, an educational resource firm who offers online special education services for districts throughout the country. That should say country, not county, because it is countrywide. Montezuma-Cortez School District has contracted 3 highly skilled and qualified special education professionals to assist with IEP writing, meetings, and student progress. These services will allow the special education teachers on staff to focus their time and attention directly to the students, while IEP services are handled by Loco Vision. We've also contracted one of those employees to also add a small caseload from the high school. So they will be working with our middle school, Kemper, Mesa, and then some of the high school students. Recruitment of special education teachers is still very difficult. Therefore, after consulting with adjacent districts, we are recommending that we provide an additional 10% to current and future licensed special education teachers who are employed in that capacity for our district. That is also in the request to address on the salary schedule. I do feel that this is something that we definitely need. After attending CASE conference and speaking with other districts, that is exactly what they're doing to not only attract special ed teachers, but also keep them. And it's something that I felt that we needed to do last year. However, it wasn't in the finances or the budget, so I'm hoping that we can get that approved today. And most exciting about this next section, as you can see by the information listed below, Montezuma-Cortez School District has successfully hired for all open core positions. There are special education teachers and paraprofessional positions, along with custodial and 1 administrative support staff that are still open. But I am extremely confident and excited to welcome new staff to Montezuma-Cortez School District. And since this was submitted last Thursday at noon, we've actually hired additional staff. As you can see under the high school, the secondary EMT fire science teacher, we submitted an offer and they accepted it. And the successful candidate will start on August 29th. Highly qualified individual, and so we are now able to continue that program. Whereas before this, we thought we may have to pull it. So thank you so much. Good work. And the candidate, her name is well, I didn't know if that was. Can I say that? We all did now. I was gonna say calendar, and I'm not sure that we can say those names. That's why I was a little questionable, hesitant, but she's very qualified and I'm super excited. She comes with a lot of skills. So we still have ESS teacher and 4 ESS para positions open at the high school. For 5 positions. The middle school, I have several listed here. However, the interventionists, if we have qualified candidates for that, but it's not something that we have to continue the classes. So we do have ESS individuals there and a school health counselor, but there's 5 positions there as well. And for Kemper, since this time, I have 2 ESS paras. However, she hired 1 and we're transferring another one. So both of those will be filled, and then we'll have 1 ESS position. Mesa, at the time of this report, is completely filled. Are we now?
We still need music.
1 opening there. Pleasant View, we were down the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teacher. However, we have been able to fill it with a long-term sub, so there's no openings there. Maintenance, I'm still looking for a maintenance secretary. Accepting applications, and we're continually interviewing. We have 1 candidate now that is going through extensive background check, and if that comes through, we'll be making an offer, but I still am accepting applications. And then district-wide custodians. So this is a huge improvement from last month. Yeah. We've hired many people. The new employee orientation, we had 32 in attendance. How exciting is that? It's very positive. It's very positive, and I'm very optimistic, and so is the staff, that we've reached these milestones, whereas the end of the school year and last year, we're really worried about being able to fill this position. So congratulations to all of our administrators, their hard work. Here's to the school year. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Report F, board requests and reports.
You know, I have several things, but I see I'm down further down, but I did go to the high school yesterday and I looked at the practice field because we had that discussion at our work session, and it's in really bad shape, and I feel like it's a health hazard. So I am going to promote that we do something for that practice field. We've got prairie dogs out there. We have weeds out there. It's not level. It's bad. It's really, really bad. And we cannot expect our kids to be out there working on that. Otherwise, our insurance companies are going to be very angry at us because we're going to come up with some severely injured kids. I have seen kids on a rough field like that tear their knees all the head and go into surgery and stuff. So I think that we need to put that on an agenda as an action item for next month, to look at that, because I was really upset with it when I went out and looked at it. Do you agree with me?
I thought because I was there a couple weeks ago, yeah. I thought we had kind of resolved that with
There's a section
this way.
that we've sort of ordered off, and there's a section that's in better shape, and then there's the section that is in worse.
But if we're going to, and this is where I'm going with this, because I want to talk more, because when I was there, the weeds are horrible out back. If you go out on that teacher's patio and look out, or the kids' deck, all you see are weeds. Now, we spent a whole lot of money building a beautiful facility, and we need to take care of it. So if we need to hire an extra person to take care of do the maintenance on all the schools, because if we can't take care of what we've got, we cannot ask the community to help us do something else. And I think that we need to look at our sidewalks, make sure they're level, they're even. So kids, teachers, parents do not trip and fall on rough cement. We need to take care of our practice fields. And then, Stacy, I'm just going to step on your toes, because then we can consider putting turf down on the football field. But I think we need to take care of our other needs first. So I was really, when I went through that yesterday, and the custodian walked me out and talked to me yesterday, and I will tell you, I was really concerned, I think, on the way that field looks, and knowing what it can do to kids, because I've had friends, kids who have been severely injured on the fields.
So what did they end up doing? Because I thought they were going to move the football over to Panther Stadium to practice.
So they proposed that. The issue is with transportation for a lot of the kids, because a lot of the kids don't drive. And so getting the kids to Panther Stadium just to practice every day is a bit of a logistical challenge. I think it's doable. We'd have to talk about maybe providing transportation.
The issue with that is we don't provide transportation to the baseball field. We don't provide transportation for track practice. And we have, since 1964, never practiced at the high school where they have track practice.
But it's not only the
Since
football,
19
but it's not only the football.
No, I know that. I get that. And, because we cannot continue to practice everything on that soccer field. We'll ruin that soccer field.
Oh, it looks beautiful
It's-
right now, but I'll tell you, we're working
it's
hard to
delicate.
destroy it.
It's
We're
delicate
working hard to
because
destroy it right now. We need to get that field up. Let the band use it to march on. I mean, they can't even march on that field. It's really bad. Then the football can do it. The band can do it. Anything else that's going on, PE can go out there. So I'm just saying to me, that's a concern. And if we need a maintenance person to take care of the weeds and stuff, we put a fire hazard at the high school. Those weeds are dry, and I know the kids don't smoke or teachers, but the flick of a cigarette, everything's going to go up. So I'm just telling you my concern on this. So that's.
Is Kyle still on? Kyle, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
We talked about this at the last meeting. When do you think that they could put the new turf on the football field, and can they take the sod off the football field and put it on that practice field?
I'm not sure about that. I know that we discussed it the last work session. I went and walked it, and it looks much better than it did in the spring. There's a few holes in the back, but I wouldn't say it's unusable, but that's just my opinion. As far as the maintenance and everything else, that's I think a separate issue. Asphalt, sidewalks, buildings, things of that nature. We're going to have to try to catch up. But again, it's like everything else. We're trying to catch up on 15, 20 years of maintenance in 2 years. And what we did over the summer, we try to cram a lot of work into the summer, and it ended up biting us in the butt a little bit because we didn't have everything ready for school. So how I understand that some of these things need to be paid attention to, but we have to do it in smaller chunks and bites. And as far as the practice field's concerned, I think we should probably revisit that. I thought it was pretty much taken care of. We were going to address maybe resodding half of it in the spring, and then just kind of sectioning off. But other than that, I don't know. With everything else going on and all the priorities, like I said, in the spring, I was very concerned, and we made sure kids weren't practicing on that field. Now, I invite you to go walk it
And then, I mean, and especially Mr. Frazier, you can relate, go out to Newcomb and see what they're practicing on out there. And I think we should be a little bit more thankful for what we have.
Well, I was told that our practice field looks even worse than Duff Creek's. That is scary.
I disagree.
So, but I walked it, and I will tell you, and it's because I have gone to hospitals with parents whose kids have tripped in these holes, twisted their knees, lost scholarships. I'm concerned. And besides the fact, you know, and if you want to put money on it, then it's going to cost us by insurance. But I'm concerned about our kids and getting hurt. That's my concern. So if we can't fix it, then let's keep them off of it.
That grass on the stadium is nice, so if there's a way we can re-turf that, take that soft.
You're going to have to re-level the practice field. It's not level.
Okay.
So you're going to have to go pull up and this is the farm coming down in. You're going to have to go work the field, get a land leveler, pull it up. And it's going to take some work. I suggest that we put it out and ask maybe community contractors that are willing to come and help us do something. Maybe somebody will level the field, and then somebody else will come in and seed it, you know, something like that. But we've got a sprinkling system out there, so we have to be careful. And
Well, and it's not going to be something that can be fixed now.
it's not something that's going to be fixed.
It will be fixed this school year.
What's the timetable on that, Kyle, for the stadium turf?
I mean, the stadium turf, from my understanding, we kind of tabled that as it's not a need, it was more of a want.
Yes.
But the practice field, again, we have a plan to section that off and probably resod sections of it. But to board member Wright's point, when it was laid, they didn't put any topsoil down. So we're really trying to work to keep that grass to grow on top because there's no root structure for it to go in underneath.
It's all weeds. There's a little bit of grass, but mostly weeds out there.
So I think we can do it in sections so that we can still get some usability out of it. Because to everyone's point, we're running out of space to practice all of our athletics.
So I recommend, and Kyle, tell me if I'm wrong, that we discuss this more thoroughly at our work session.
Yes, I agree.
You got it down? Okay, that was my complaint, my concern.
Anybody else with any requests or reports?
I have a question for this is another one for Kyle. Initiative 63 got shut down, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Is there any way we could advocate and what can we do about that? Because that makes me upset. The state government is continually doing that. And I would like to see schools get together and say, no, we're not going to accept this any longer. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Based on my experience, my suggestion would be to get with other rural school boards and discuss how you guys want to go to legislation next year. I had mentioned it in a meeting before, that initiative 63. I appreciate putting money into education, but did nothing to make education equitable. So I wasn't a huge proponent of it. I think they need to figure out how to fund education in general. And that's a lot bigger discussion, but to make moves and things like that to pass takes political support and power and buy-in from multiple districts. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, I think we've got to find a way to get the ball rolling on that.
I've got a suggestion that'll come up during my talk.
Okay.
Anybody else? All right, moving along to citizens address the board. I have one so far. Is that it?
If you are new to our meeting, a ticket needs to be turned in to address the board. If there's anyone that missed the tickets, they're at the door. You can turn them into.
Oh, you have a timer.
And we have-
Okay, John Kennedy.
Basically 2 minutes.
John, you can go to the.
The Pittsfield, the city of Cortez has beautiful parks all over the city limits. Basically want to ask if that be a practice or playing field for the town being, and just off limits the high school football practice field, and just because the middle school, they practice on the west side of the minions and the old classrooms. So I can't the high school use that same area. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think we might have one more.
Yeah, we have one more coming.
Everyone was I supposed to stand just right up here? Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, Jennifer. Casey.
So I just had one simple, I guess just little question concern on kind of what's being done to keep our children safe at school. And just kind of a little background on that. It's come to my attention that it's federally mandated that a male student can simply state that he identifies as a female. And he can walk into a girl's restroom, no questions asked. And same as a woman. She can say that she identifies as a male and go into the male's restroom. So what's being done to protect our children? All right. That's my question.
Can I have you put your contact information on?
You do understand that we're not allowed to address anything. But if you put your phone number and stuff on there, then we can contact you and discuss it with you. And
Well, addressing
and we
for
can
all,
discuss it at a work session, but
Yeah.
at this point, we cannot discuss it.
and discuss in general for all the students.
We cannot discuss community input.
Okay,
So,
Jennifer.
Yeah.
These board meetings, it's more just like a public comment for 2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
But at the work session, it's an act.
Great, so we can do that.
So we can do that.
Great.
If you feel strongly, you can ask to have it on the agenda for the work session.
That is, I would love to have that. Can we have that?
That's the person we talk to.
You will be added to the work session agenda for September, I think it's the 1st or 2nd.
Okay.
I'll contact you. Okay, for your contact information on it.
Great. So it wasn't,
In other words, we're not ignoring you, but we cannot
Yeah.
respond.
Right.
okay, all right. That is perfect.
Yep.
That's all I need to know.
And you've got your information there. So,
Okay.
okay, thank you,
Six.
Jennifer.
Yes, thanks.
6.
Yeah, it's like 6.
I think, was that it for us for community, for citizens? All right, discussion items, the 2023 health benefit plan presentation by Anthem and Science. Hi there.
Everyone, I am down here and I'm going to take a little bit of time to review some things and then John's going to step up and he's going to present a couple items and then we're going to hand it off to Summit and then Anthem. So we wanted to do just a quick introduction and explanation of who's presenting to you today and the difference between the two. So we're having a TPA present, which is Summit, and then we're having an ASO carrier present, which is Anthem. So they're different. We want to make sure that while you're listening to their presentation and what they are offering, that you kind of understand that, you know, we're looking at maybe going one way or the other. I also would like to introduce Eric Ricard. He's on Zoom. He is the manager of the employee benefits analytics team for Colorado and Wyoming. And he has been working really, really hard on your group as well, doing a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. So a lot of the number crunching and stuff that he does and hands it off to me and then I present it. So I just wanted to make sure that
he got recognition and had an opportunity to introduce himself.
Thank you, Ann. It's nice to meet everyone. I'm Eric Ricard, as Ann said. So as we go through this renewal season, I will be putting together the benefits, vetting all the carriers, looking at the different stop loss rates proposals that come through, and making sure that we present everything from a financial and practical standpoint. So if there's any questions, feel free to reach out to John, Ann, or myself.
So. Slide deck.
Is this one?
Yeah. It should. Sure.
That's a nice building, isn't it? What's the size? It's good.
And you can skip to the end of the third slide where we'll start from the next one. The third slide, I'm just kidding. Okay, so what we're looking at tonight is we are hearing from representatives from, like I said, an unbundled and a bundled solution. So currently right now, your health insurance plan is what's considered unbundled. And so as you can see with the unbundled thing, you know, we've got the TPA, which is Summit, we currently have as EBMS, is kind of the company that we have that comes in that does a lot of the administration. So they're going to process the claims, they're going to have the benefits portal for the employees to log in, and they're going to have the cards. They're really the one kind of helping run the plan, but they're not actually a medical carrier. They don't have a network, they don't have a pharmacy. They're just going to be the ones that are like running the program. With that, when we go unbundled like you are now, we have to get different vendors to work with that TPA. So in this case, we've got a pharmacy benefit manager who you currently have Magellan. We are exploring a couple of other options. You've got your network. We've got to bring that in separately. That is going to be Cofinity, who you have now, which Cofinity will become First Health, whether no matter which direction you go, stay with EBMS, go with Summit, it's going to be First Health on 1/1. And then the stop loss, which is the protection that we put in place to make sure that if there's any catastrophic claims, that that's going to be covered by a reinsurance carrier, and that's not going to be nickel and dime out of your pocket. So that's kind of how the unbundled approach works. And you can kind of plug and play with those. So if you aren't happy with your pharmacy, you could get a different pharmacy. If you're not happy with your stop loss, we can switch out your stop loss. So that's kind of how it works. It's a little bit more flexible. Anthem is going to be what's called more of a bundled approach, or ASO. And so with them, they are not only going to act as the TPA, and they're going to manage your claims and have your plan documents, but they also provide the stop loss protection. They are providing the network, so it's Anthem's network, their PPO network. And then they also have a PBM partner that they work with that is called Ingenio. So they are all under one roof, so to speak, for their administration. However, claims are still paid and managed just like they are now. You're going to have a separate account. They'll pull the claims dollars from. It's just a matter of, do we want to stay with an unbundled approach like you are now, or do we want to consider bundling that up from, you know, an ease of administration standpoint? So if you go to the next slide, this is just kind of a comparison real quick of Anthem and Summit. So the plan design that you see up here is the same as you have now. And with self-funding, the carrier is not the one that does the plan design and then gives us a rate based on that plan design. When you're self-funded, we kind of set the plan design, and then Eric does all of the calculations for how we should set the premium based on all of your financial information. So we can talk about making plan, like if we want to make a tweak here or there, we can talk about that, but really the pricing that we're going to see and review tonight is not going to be indicative of the plan designs that you have or that you might change to. The next slide is just going to be a quick side-by-side high-level overview of where you're at right now from a pricing standpoint with EBMS, and then what Summit and Anthem have proposed. So I do want to emphasize this, that These are not the final numbers. So when you look at the bottom here, this is the numbers and the proposals for basically being that account administrator. We still have to finalize stop loss, which won't be until next month. We still have to finalize the pharmacy benefit manager piece. Once we have those other components and we're able to put that together, then we'll be able to get you a final number. But what I really want to do tonight is introduce you to Anthem and Summit so that you have a good understanding of who they are, what they could bring to the district. And then once we get all of the final numbers put in place, it'll be really easy for me to be like, okay, here's your bottom line for A, here's your bottom line for B. You know everything about them already. How do you want to proceed? So that's going to be the goal for that. So you can see right here, the administrative costs are going to be that PEPM that they charge, and that is basically to do the administration of your pay. So that's going to be that charge that they have. With the self-funded unbundled version, there's a lot more, as you can see as you're going down, there's a lot more different things that they can charge because it is unbundled. So for instance, you've got, if you look at the PPO access fee for Cofinity, you can see that that's going to be a separate charge. However, if you look over at Anthem, that's not a separate charge because that's part of that bundled approach. So I would say by comparing these, I would, like I said, these are not the final numbers. So there could be even a shift in the bottom line once we get everything put together. But this is just kind of the overall breakdown of the initial proposal, or the proposals that they provide. So the next slide, so this is just going to be a high level overview of kind of what they have brought to the table and what they're quoting. So both have quoted a 12-month contract. Both of them are going to be starting, they propose to start 1/1 of 2023. The administration fee for Summit is at $20.95 PEPM, whereas Anthem's is at $40.16. The reason for the difference is because Anthem is doing more. So it's hard to compare apples to oranges when you look at that, but that is what they have quoted. They've also, Cofinity and First Health is Summit is bringing to the table for a network. They can also provide FSA and Section 125 administration. I know there's been some noise about some, displeasure with the way that American Fidelity is currently handling their Section 125. So in approach with Summit, they would be able to take that administrative on as well. And they're also able to integrate telehealth services. They've got 2 different telehealth companies that they contract with. And these both would be significant cost savings over what you have with First Health. So that's going to be another savings in and of itself. So for Anthem, they are offering, so we talked about their admin costs is a little bit higher because a lot of their services are more inclusive. They are bringing a $60,000 implementation allowance to the district if they make that decision to leave, as well as that $15,000 annual wellness fund. So that is going to be available every year for the district to kind of implement and kind of get that off the ground and get that as an ongoing benefit. They've also provided the well-being solutions engagement package with no administrative costs. So that's usually 99 cents PEPM. They're going to cover that the first year. That's something that I will let them go into more detail to discuss, but it is a really cool kind of plug and play wellness program. And they've also provided a 2-year network performance guarantee. So part of what they are proposing in savings is their network discounts, meaning that they've negotiated deeper discounts with the providers so that the claims, they're not going to spend as much for a claim with Anthem's network than you say with Cigna's network. If they don't bring that savings to the table, then they put that guarantee in to provide some credits to offset that. And then finally, I just found out about this recently, is they do have a $20,000 pharmacy implementation credit, and that is to offset the termination fee. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to John, and he's going to walk through kind of the different components that we're going to be, that make up your self-funding plan.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, good evening.
So glad to be here with you tonight. Definitely want to answer as many questions as you all have. Hopefully this has been a little clearer than just the packet alone. Answer description really solid. What we've tried to do is really just kind of draw parallels between both types of arrangements. Obviously, with your current program now, you are at probably the most efficient level in terms of allowing businesses to compete for your business, right? Because you've broken that model up, and each area or component of this program, you have different vendors buying for your business. So our job as your broker is to go out to the marketplace and say, are we working with the best in each category, right? Sometimes that's great for certain groups, and sometimes it's a little more complicated. And so by looking at this opportunity, we're able to kind of have one model where you're currently at, where it takes much more oversight in terms of management and all those components, and one that's much more simplistic in nature. It's kind of like the easy button. You have one vendor and they manage all aspects of it. The pro is obviously convenience when you have a bundled arrangement. The con is obviously that it isn't as flexible in nature. And so if one of those components seems to get a little bit uncompetitive, tough luck, you're stuck with it, right? On the opposite side with a TPA, if you have a vendor that it seems to not be as competitive, you can go out and shop their services. So you don't have to throw everything out to switch up that component. The overall administration, however, is much more simplistic with the bundle model. More school districts tend to hover in that area because of turnover. Simply a turnover in board members and turnover in internal staff. It's just a little easier to kind of manage on a day-to-day basis. So we're trying to present a neutral position here so that you all can ask as many questions about each arrangement as necessary. So on that, this first slide here that I'm working with, obviously we know that, with an unbundled approach, it's a bit more flexible. We can go out to the market. Anthem has specialized in trying to improve every component that they possibly can. As we see here in the current proposal, we're looking at opportunities to save with their pharmacy program. They've sharpened their pencil and come back with an implementation credit to try to offset what Magellan would charge the district. Roughly, it's a little shorter, it's a little lower than what the overall number is or penalty to terminate with Magellan. But nonetheless, it's something that we haven't seen in the marketplace at all. So this is a really good offer and demonstration of partnership from Anthem to do that. With a typical TPA, we're going to look at the different types of pharmacy benefit managers that manage the pharmacy component. And we haven't at this point seen any offset to that Magellan termination fee. Makes sense? Okay, so really with Cofinity's network, what we've understood at this point by looking at your claims for the last 12 months is that up to about, I think it was 96%, I'm sorry, no, 94% of your claims fell in network. And as this transition between First Health and Cofinity occurs, there's going to be a little bit more disruption there. They're trying to work on getting more providers in the network, but from our analysis, Anthem is illustrating superior. So, Anthem has obviously a very strong network. It's open access, so members have a lot of freedom to travel within those boundaries. And they're also showing over about almost a 3% improvement on those in-network claims. So as an in-network provider, they partner at a deeper level to give you better discounts. And for the plan, actually financially, and although we don't have the final numbers yet or final projected savings, they should over a long term have a better performance than Cofinity or what will now be the First Health network. So again, they've also backed up their proposal with a multi-year rate or discount guarantee. So that's kind of a satisfaction assurance that you can, at the end of the year, measure their performance. And should they miss that target, you can hold them accountable and they'll actually return to the plan. So that helps with your overall next year's budget. Again, trying to be neutral here, they have provided a very nice upfront credit. As we talked in our last meeting that I was here, we talked a little bit about the reserve that, hadn't been established yet. This could be a way using those funds to offset that requirement, which would be great. And again, you would have that one vendor seamless administration. Any questions so far?
John, I want to point one thing out though, because I know we've been talking a lot about Anthem and the credit. So it's pretty typical because they have the visit medical care here, but they do ASO, they do fully insured. It's very typical for a medical carrier like Anthem to offer like implementation credit. Cigna would have one on the table as well, but their pharmacy wasn't competitive. TPAs are not insurance carriers, and they don't usually offer implementation credits because they're not really, their administration costs is less. So, there's I just wanted to make sure that we're not, I don't want Michelle to think that, we're not saying that, she's not providing all of these implementation credits, because that is not typical of the TPA. It's more typical of a medical carrier, which is
So with that, again, we're looking at two different models, right? So a bundled approach, there's other areas that they have that they make money in, and they're able to establish or provide that type of benefit offset. Similarly, with the TPA, they run at a different model, so they're not going to be able to have the opportunity to provide a transition credit like Anthem would. What kind of questions do you have so far?
I probably should wait till I hear from them, but we are in the Four Corners, so we don't always stay in Colorado. Will we be able to go in and out of state?
Yeah, with both
With
networks.
both of them?
With both networks, you have that freedom.
A lot of times, we'll fly to Phoenix or to go to Farmington. And
they're both national networks.
Yes.
so, and what happens if you go out of network?
So out of network, essentially, that's where either Anthem's Blue PPO network or the Cofinity network, as a member, your responsibility or charge would be greater, right? Because these are folks that they just haven't established a networking discount with or partnership with. So that's really kind of the insurance carrier's carrot, right? We're as a provider that isn't in the network, we're going to try to recruit you by promising you more volume and overall membership visits. So we're asking you to discount those charges accordingly. What else so far? I know
Unless it's a life-threatening emergency. So a life-threatening emergency, you can go to any hospital regardless of their network status, and it'll be covered as a network. So that is one thing that I would point out. So that,
Right.
that's not going to be the case if they have, say, strep throat and they were the emergency room inside a network. It has to be a heart attack, something like that. But it will be covered the same as a network.
Right, all emergency care is always covered at 100%. So those were the kind of the differences up front. One of those components being stop loss is where your catastrophic risk is managed. And if you guys can remember when we reviewed those financials the last time I was with you, we were very close to overall expected numbers. And we were kind of like, let's not have another large claim, right? We've had a couple of ones, but not super huge. So we're still running pretty well. But I think what's important to note here is that we changed contracts moving from the 7/1 date to a 1/1 date. So we were able to actually capture 60 grand worth of savings because the contract that we replaced with Symetra was lower. And that's simply just because of the nature of the time period that we were working with. And so with a TPA, we can always go out and shop different vendors to ensure that we're getting the best deal in that component. Anthem stop loss policy is also very competitive. They underwrite that internally and give us the best deal that they can possibly manage throughout the overall business that they have in that area. And they also allow uniquely, which is different than most bundle situations, the opportunity to carve that piece out should you get a bad result. So if they come back and they say, hey, this is largely driven because you had a really bad year, we can actually go to market and compare that. If the district made the decision to carve that out, Anthem would simply charge a PDPM fee for that. So that's just a piece for that flexibility, or a charge for that flexibility. But nonetheless, that flexibility is there, should that be consideration. So one other component on the next slide is pharmacy. So, this is really where we like to dive into these types of contracts because there's a lot of advantages that pharmacy benefit managers have in their quiver, right? So they change their contracts to advantage them and not really the plan or the member. It's just their business. So really Magellan out of the market came in the most competitive with about close to $23,000 in savings. There was one additional PBM that the city uses currently, Maxor, that we wanted to get some numbers from them as well. Unfortunately, we just weren't able to respond in time for today's presentation. So we'll get that information to you next time. But again, wanted to ensure that we're looking at partnership, no matter which plan or which option you guys decide to go with. So we've seen it with both of these folks. Magellan, even though the initial implementation with this PBM was a little bit challenging, and they were under the premise that this was a 3-year deal. They did allow for the district to get out of that for a fee. And that fee was about 28 grand, roughly. Should you guys terminate early out of the previous verbal agreement that the district had with many of you who are here. So with that, Anthem has offered Ingenio RX, which is their PBM. And with this PBM, the inflexibility is that you will always have to use Ingenio under the bundle approach. That's just simply Anthem's pharmacy. And so that comes along with the contract. The nice portion about what Ingenio is doing to demonstrate their partnership is that they are allowing for a $20,000 upfront credit to help offset that Magellan fee. So they're really trying to insulate the district from taking a hit, should that be a consideration. We, as a partner with Anthem, work on the best contracts that we can achieve through Ingenio. And again, we have gone through and we will continue to monitor performance and the contract to ensure that you all are getting the best deal there. But again, just two differences in approaches here that we're seeing. What kind of questions on pharmacy can I answer?
What is a PBM?
What was that?
What is PBM?
Okay, great question. That stands for Pharmacy Benefit Managers.
Okay.
Those are the folks that are supplying the drugs.
Thank you.
And really PBMs have 4 unique areas of how they drive profit, right? It's really how they define drugs, how they pass rebates back or not to the district, the way they're basically their average pricing of each drug, and then spread pricing, which is they will tailor a formulary that doesn't necessarily always benefit the plan or the member, but they get a better deal on those drugs, so they're going to offer those right before a lower cost option. So these are some of the areas that we would focus in on to ensure that you guys are getting the bill, no matter what model you choose. Those are the areas that we're focusing on. Okay. All right. So what else can I answer before we turn it over to your 2 top market contenders, other than EBS? Any? You guys
Oh, that's so hot. That's like.
Ask. No, we just don't know what we're doing.
Okay, well, I'll be here and I'll pipe in areas, but yeah, certainly we're here for questions, et cetera, and obviously. Thank you. So with that, I'd like to address Summit.
So my name is Michelle. I'm with Summit Administration Services. I'm the Director of Account Management there. So I oversee the account managers, renewal process, new group business, and I also manage several accounts personally. I've been with Summit for 16.5 years now. And once I was promoted from account manager, some of my clients did not want me to go away. So I've stuck with them. We are a third-party administrator out of Scottsdale, Arizona. We've been in business for 26 years, and most of our business is in the West Coast, Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, Washington, Wyoming. We have a broad base of clients. We do municipalities, tribal business, as well as trusts, and the one-offs of we have a machine shop business up in Phoenix and just those types of groups. Currently, we do have 7 school districts that we do administration for. Some of them we do their financials for them. Some of them we do their own financials. And we also have 69 total schools that we administer benefits for. And that represents just over 6,000 lives just for those school districts. The next couple slides are some of the school districts that we have. We recently were awarded in April the Sierra Vista School District in Southeast Arizona and had a successful transition of that group as of July 1st, 2022. One more. Locally, we do have a local presence. We've done the city of Cortez's benefits since 2014. They have 3 medical plans. We also work with the Ute tribe. They initially came to us in 2009 and left us in 2014 when there were some personnel changes over there. In 2020, they have since come back and we're doing the administration for their plan of benefits right now. I'll actually be back at the end of the month doing their open enrollment meeting. So as far as district and school experience, we have over 25 years of experience with school districts. We're familiar with attending and presenting at board meetings if necessary, servicing each school, doing trainings with the HR at the school on our system, our reporting system. And then also in the state of Arizona, we assist with reporting for the Arizona State Retirement System and the Public Safety Retirement System. The unbundled advantage, we feel that there is an advantage to that because Summit does not own any component of your vendors, nor do we receive any compensation from them or charge an interface fee to interface with any of the vendors, the stop loss, the PBM. Our admin fee is the only fee we get. We're not going to take a portion of your RX rebates. So our admin fee is strictly what we are getting paid. And as Ann said, we serve as like a hub of your information. So we have all your eligibility, we process your claims, and then we transmit the eligibility out to your ancillary vendors, your PBM, any Teladoc, wellness vendors that you partner up with. There's a dedicated team at Summit, anywhere from customer service up to the president. Key HR representatives would have direct contact to any one of the management team members. And then a dedicated account manager would be assigned. And this person could be your main contact for your HR individuals, where any questions or anything needed to be filtered right through there, or they are free to go to any of our other management team. And then this slide is showing our management team and what their role is in the office. Alfred Gregory still, he's the president of our company, and he still does financials for a lot of our trusts. The dedicated account manager would be available to help with open enrollment meetings, board meetings, HR training for your HR staff, employee education meetings, and attend any benefit and health fairs that you may have. They also would keep your plan up to compliance. If any rules or regulations changed, we prepare the amendments for you, and all that needs to be done is have signatures. The experience at Summit is over 8 years. Like I said, I've been at Summit 15 and a half. A lot of our employees have been 10 or 15. And we do have one claims examiner that's been there since day one. So employees are very loyal. So you're not going to see a lot of turnover in that. We also pride ourselves on our customer service and taking service to the next level. So phone calls are answered by a live person. When you call in, you get there's a disclaimer, but if you hit 2, it'll direct you right to a live person, and that person will help you. Initially, they should be able to help you with any questions or things you need, but if you do need to speak to the actual claims examiner, you will be transferred to the claims examiner, and they will assist you in anything you need. We don't have any quotas for our examiners because we, again, believe in customer service. So if they're spending 15 minutes on the phone with an employee and not processing claims during that period, we don't want to pressure them to get off that phone call. We want them to make sure they resolve the issue or explanation of the claim to that employee. All staff is cross-trained. So when our claims examiner last year fell and broke both her wrists, she could not process claims, so.
Did you have to get insurance?
Oh, was my insurance?
No, when she fell and broke her hand.
Oh, I don't know what she was doing. But we had to have another examiner step in and, make sure her queue was being cleared and claims were being processed. And our claims processing is typically within 7 to 10 days. Some of our groups with less volume, maybe under 5 days. The transition process from one vendor to Summit is very detailed. We do prepare a detailed timeline and have a very detailed checklist of every component that needs to be done. And then we prepare open enrollment material and again, to the open enrollment meetings. This is just a sample of the transition process. So we would set dates on when project completion would be done from project award date all the way through go live date. And then the next slide is detailing the checklist of the services that we need to go through, from the admin agreement, ID cards, plan documents, open enrollment meetings. That's all very detailed, and the account manager will have a weekly call with the transition team and the consultant to make sure that all these areas are being met within the time frame that was outlined initially. Our claim system is the Eldorado system. Our VP of Client Services sets everything up in the system. So the claims edits, our auto adjudication is low. We feel that there are a lot of billing errors that come in on the claim. So a set of eyeballs just ensures that that claim is being processed.
Yeah. Could you explain to the auto adjudication?
Oh,
how that's relevant?
Yeah, so auto adjudication is all claims now are routed electronically. When they're transmitted, they go to the PPO network and then they're rerouted back to us. A low auto adjudication means that we have edits in place to not have that claim go automatic, just get paid. it'll be stopped, so eyeballs can look at it to ensure, like I said, it's correct. If you have a high auto adjudication rate, claims are just coming in and a check is being issued. So no one's looking at the claim. We utilize a third party for our, one more. We utilize a third party for our subrogation recovery. So that's in cases. Which button is it?
To the right.
So if someone is in a car accident or falls at a grocery store, there could be liability on the third party. And this company will go and see if there is third party liability, and if there is, then go seek a recovery from that third party. PPO reviews. Some of the PPO contracts have what is called a reverse DRG. So when a claim comes in, when a hospital claim comes in, there's a number assigned to it, 395. And what it is identifying what services were performed during that hospitalization. A reverse DRG is when a claim is billed, say, for $50,000, and the DRG is coming back at $75,000. So the payment would be actually more than what the claim is being billed for. So we would send that claim out to have a PPO validation done to ensure that we're not paying more than should be paid for that particular DRG. We also do internal bill audits on the examiners, our quality assurance area on a weekly basis. And then if we see any claims come in that just don't look particularly right or become quirky on them, we will send them out to an outside independent audit review to have that looked at. Our claim system, we give access to HR contacts, consultants, and the employees also have the ability to log in, review their claims, order an ID card, print EOBs, ask questions. And then we have a reporting system through ProServe called PlanWatch. And again, online access is given to the client and consultants. Reports are customized. The dedicated account manager would prepare any ad hoc reports or schedule any reports that you might need. It also has a capability for plan modeling. So if you wanted to make a change in copays, you would put that in there, and then it would rerun all your data and show you what that would do to your previous claims. If you would, your savings, if it would affect the members out of pocket more or your payments more. And trend analysis is year over year, and then reporting is available monthly or as needed. These are just a couple samples of our sample reports. You'll see in the right-hand corner, there is a COVID one. So when COVID, hit, we had to prepare reports for our clients so they could get reimbursed back for those COVID expenses. So that was done by our reporting vendor. So we're very flexible in things that we do. We cater to our clients, and probably on the billing side, I can say it's not a standard billing. This is what you're going to get. If it's something that needs to be tweaked, we can do that for you. Our billing area probably provides 10 different kinds of billings right now, and we're definitely add new ones. So we're very boutique, I guess I would say, and cater to our clients. And then, did anyone have any questions?
Yes. Your auto adjudication. So I guess I don't know how to frame this. So if a dental company rejected a claim, you would look at it and see if it was an accurate rejection? Is that what it is?
No, auto adjudication is, so the claim comes in electronically to our system and automatically just gets paid. It goes through some system edits probably, but with the high auto adjudication, the claims are just gonna go through and automatically get paid.
But the low one is where?
The low one is where we have more edits on it and claims examiner is actually gonna look at the
So
claim.
you eyeball
Yeah.
denied claims and
Yes.
to make sure that they're truly denied, or they just didn't know
Or
what
they
they were
would
doing.
just,
Yeah.
yeah, with the edit would stop it from automatically paying.
Can I just jump in here too? So just for background, Jerry, you know, auto adjudication is this fancy word for claims handling, how they handle
Right.
a claim. Right, so typically with a high auto adjudication rate, claims are getting paid quicker, which is great for providers, right? Because they're getting reimbursed faster. But the downside of it is based upon how they bill for that claim.
And that
Right.
it can be denied because they bill it wrong.
Right.
And so,
Just be paid. It would really, I think it's not just denied claims, if I can clarify that, it's, they're taking a look at the claims to make sure that it's being billed correctly. And then, so that saves the district money, because it's not just, unless somebody comes to us with their EOB, and then it's not, the status is incorrect, it's never gonna catch that. So with that, low auto adjudications, the word of the night we all can say.
so that you're eyeballing it to make sure that the district is being adequately billed.
Yeah.
Okay, that was kind of where I was going. Thank you for clarifying what I was wanting to say.
At the beginning of your presentation, you stated that Summit can do some of the financials. What did you mean by that?
So some of our trusts, they set up the trust and we actually get their bank statements and reconcile their whole bank account. We do the balance sheet and all that for them. There is a small additional monthly fee to do that, but several of them just prefer us to do it, so they don't have to do that.
On the transition process, can you explain how you would go about collecting all of the information we currently have and transitioning that into the new carriers? Would that be something that you would actually do, or would that be something that we would be provided the information to process it ourselves?
No, we would actually, to new vendors, you mean, like that
So we
would
give you a census and you take it from there, or an enrollment form, you take it from there?
Yeah, so we accept eligibility. Some of our clients do it from their payroll system. Some of them send us hard copy enrollment forms. Some of them enter it into our system. Some of them will scan, the enrollment form, email it, or on a termination, some of them even just shoot us an email and say, please term this person as of this date. That's all they do.
But the initial 300 plus enrolled members going from where we're at now to the new one, will that take place?
We could take an electronic feed from your current vendor and input those. Vendors, yeah. And then, we do the initial census load and then we send it back. So there's verification there that the enrollment is correct. And then we transmit that to you, like your PBM, your prescription benefit manager, utilization review company. Anything else? All right, well, thank you for allowing someone to present.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Next up is going to be Anthem. and we have some- Jeff.
Thank you. Are you flipping slides or am I flipping slides? Just need to make sure. Can you do it? Okay. Could be dangerous. We might go different directions. Okay.
Okay, all right. Hi, guys. Thank you guys for allowing us to present tonight. Good evening. I know it's been kind of a long night, so I'll try to keep it light and easy. We are the other side of the more bundled approach for a self-funded program that you guys would be looking at. I'm Sonia Burns. I'm the account executive here at Anthem in Colorado. I sell groups from 100 employees up to 5,000 and beyond in the state of Colorado. I start now all the way through implementation, and some of my groups, if they want me still around, I stay around after that. But the person who is actually would be taking over if we were to win your business would be Jeff Miller. And he'll introduce himself in a bit. All right. Okay, so in talking with USI and kind of understanding better what you guys' goals are, these are some of the main key points that I pulled out. Please let me know if I've missed anything or if you're like, oh, that's missing the mark. First one being access to care. I think that's always important. I know Four Corners was mentioned, obviously. I'm a Colorado native, so love it down here and understand that you guys are likely going to other states for service. So we are looking at the full national PPO network, which we'll talk about. Member experience and management, so tools that can help your members for all needs. So you're talking about that integration. So we have one tool that members can go to and get all of their benefit needs. Strategic partnerships. So a lot of numbers were thrown out at you guys. I do have a slide at the end that's going to break them down a little bit. But we are looking at integrated care that's going to help the whole person. With part of that, we have stop loss included, which includes immediate reimbursement. So if somebody is at that level, we're reimbursing within our own systems. We do have 100% rebate pass back going through with your pharmacy benefits. So I know rebates is one of those things that goes on and people talk about a lot. We do have it set at 100% going back to the district for your rebates. And then in talking about that Magellan fee, our pharmacy team kicked in $20,000, which was really nice. But our medical side, we actually raised our credit from 50,000 to 60,000 so that we can hopefully cover that additional 8,000 and change. So if that was something you guys were to need from that. So we want to partner with you and really understand what you guys need and how we can help. We also like shared visions and goals. I saw on your website a lot about collaboration and accountability. I think both of those things are huge. They've always been big, but there's bigger light on those today than has been in the past. We like to collaborate with our clients, and we want to make sure that we're held accountable. I know John mentioned us putting our money where our mouth is regarding our network discounts. I think that's important. I don't want to just tell you something and not be responsible for it if it doesn't come to fruition. And then I leave in here because it's top of mind for everybody, behavioral health. So I like to talk about that. We've made huge strides regarding behavioral health as part of our programs. Is there anything I missed? It's a lot. Did I miss anything? Okay.
I don't know that I would know if you did.
And at this hour, you're
honestly.
It's
a lot thrown at you.
Good thing you get to keep the presentation.
Yeah, right. Got it right here.
Be around for questions. All right, this slide has a lot going on. We are not going to go through all of that. I think the biggest thing to note, you guys should all know who Anthem is, Blue Cross Blue Shield, no matter where you're from, whether you're from Colorado or elsewhere. Anthem has been in Colorado for over 80 years. So we've been, staple here in the state. We have over 2,100 associates, which is what we call our employees here in the state of Colorado. So, and again, I'm a native here. I pride myself in Colorado. I think it's a very important place to be. And so we really are entrenched and work and live where our employers are. And then we have a network where your employees are. So our national PPO has about 95% of the doctors and 96% of the hospitals nationwide. So when you talk about out-of-network claims, we really hope that's not going to be an issue. Yes, it can happen from time to time, and if benefits are set appropriately, there's out-of-network limits that can be put in place. Emergent and urgent care is always covered in an out-of-network setting. But at the end of the day, our hope is that you really aren't going to need to go out-of-network with the breadth of the Anthem network behind you. The other few things I'd just like to touch on is our purpose is improving the health of humanity. We've gotten very deep and prescriptive about that. We are making a lot of strides in how we can help the whole person, even from thinking about how they are getting access to food, how they're getting to their appointments. We think it's very important to be looking beyond just the scope of our clients and what we're doing here today. Our vision is to be the most innovative, valuable, and inclusive partner, and our mission is improving lives in communities, simplifying healthcare, and expecting more. So I think those are important things to know. All right. Let's talk a little bit about wellness and behavioral. So I know Ann mentioned, as part of your program that we quoted through, you have our ASO Enhanced Foundational Program. I'm just going to call out a few pieces on this that I think are important. We have a 24/7 nurse line. If somebody needs to call a nurse, they can call a nurse. This is where our clinical review programs are, our UM and CM, so utilization management and clinical management to really manage those high dollar claims. How can we outreach to folks that maybe have diabetes? Are they getting the right treatment? Are they getting in when they should be getting in? So deep programs there, and then condition management. And in there, I like to call out future moms. We have a really robust program. If anybody is getting ready to be pregnant, is pregnant, however, and needs that extra support, that's another program that's part of this, as well as all of these other pieces to our enhanced foundational program. Now, Ann also mentioned wellness. As part of that, we are happy to pay for the district to include a wellness program. We have different options with that. And as you guys go down your decision-making process, that's something that we can talk to you about further to craft in the way in which it makes sense for your employees. Okay. Behavioral health. So we made huge strides in behavioral health by purchasing Beacon. It provided us so many more providers nationwide. We now have access to 251,000 behavioral health providers nationwide, which is great. However, it's not always great in certain areas, especially in rural areas. And one of the things we did is really made a robust virtual psychology and psychiatry program through our Life Health Online, which is all integrated into our mobile app. This is a personal favorite of mine. I actually wanted to see what is the wait time, because I know to get into a counselor these days, it can take upwards of a month to be newly seen, even if you've got an established relationship. I went in through our mobile app. I was able to seek treatment within 12 hours, so within the next day. That was by one provider. I waited, and the next day I went in again to see. I had 3 choice options within the same day. So we are really allowing access to those that need it. It also helps to take away some of the stigma. You know, some people don't want to be their car to be seen at somebody's office. Some people, like myself, like to do things in their pajamas. It's a lot easier to call from your house. We talk about virtual healthcare. That's a big thing for me, and not have to slug out into the world to get it done. Do it, and we all know with the snow and things like that, you can do it from the comfort of your own home. So I think behavioral health is really important. We're also looking at how we can better care for our folks that maybe have family members with alcohol use disorders or substance use disorders, eating disorders, autism, things of that nature. So we're very robust mental health and behavioral health programs, and this would all be included as part of your benefits. All right, I'm going to take a breath for a second. That was a lot of wellness and behavioral health. Questions on that? Okay. All right, let's talk a little bit about member tools. We didn't have the right setup tonight for me to do a great demo of this. I wish I could have, but our mobile app is incredible. And it's one of those things that it's like, yeah, everybody has an app. Every time I get on something, I'm like, yeah, I got to download an app. We have everything in one place. I use my mobile app for everything I could possibly need. We were just joking before this meeting. I couldn't get into anthem.com because I don't go that route. I go to the Sydney mobile app. In the Sydney mobile app, you can find all of your benefit information. So you'll see things like your ID cards. We will still mail hard copy ID cards to every home, but you also have it virtual. Through your virtual options, you can email those ID cards to a provider. You can screenshot all of that. We have a health passport, where if you want to upload a COVID-19 information, you can upload it within a mobile app. All of our Find Care is in there. So once you're in there, it will locate an in-network provider wherever you are. So if you're in Florida and you're vacationing and you got stung by a jellyfish and you need to figure out where to go for that, you know, but if you do, we can do that through the Find Care. And it'll already know which network you're in. It'll get you right to where you need to be. And with our Find Care is our virtual care. So again, when we talk about access to care, I think virtual care, it's my go-to anymore for care. I have a 7-year-old. She got pink eye. Nobody wants to see you when you have pink eye. So we called from the drive-through at McDonald's right before, and we're able to get into a provider. They were able to look at our eye, say, yes, she has pink eye. They called in the prescription. We got our McDonald's. We went over to Walgreens. We got our prescription, and we went on our way. I think it's a great way to look at care and how to get access to care. We'll talk a little bit about virtual primary care next. But a lot of the stuff you need to do, you can do from the comfort of your phone. You can even chat with those docs ongoing. Another feature is the next best action. So for me, I have not had a physical in over a year. So my next best action is get your bum into the doctor and get your physical. So it'll tell me in my mobile app, in my cards, based on my needs. So if I have diabetes, it might tell me you need to, you know, look at your prescriptions. Have you gotten your refill of your insulin? Things of that nature are going to be in there. So it's going to help the member in that way. It'll have your claims. So if your claim has been rejected, if your claim is pending, or if your claim is approved, it will go through all of your claims data in there, and that'll be true for any product you have with us. At this time, we're talking about medical. I also have dental and vision, so I can see dental claims, I can see vision claims. I can see it in a fairly real-time fashion for my claim status, which I think is great. And then it's integrated with our pharmacy. Ingenio RX is owned by Anthem, it's owned by Elevance Health. I should be clear, that is our umbrella company. And all of your prescription information is going to be within this mobile app. If you need to get a refill, you can go through the mobile app. It will remind you if you need to get a refill. So you really have, I barely even touched on things like wellness. There's so much information right there in one mobile app. You don't have to go anywhere else. You don't have to think, okay, do I need to go here for this? Do I need to go here for this? It's going to be all right there for your members' needs. And for those that aren't comfortable with mobile apps, which still happens today, anthem.com is going to have that same information. So anyone can go online to anthem.com through their logins and get all of that same information. Anything I'm missing? No? All right. And this is a newer benefit for us. So I definitely want to call this out. Finding primary care can be hard. I had a primary care doctor who passed away several years ago and haven't been able to solidify one since. You can now actually do your annual exams through virtual primary care. So if it's something that you're not, you're having trouble maybe in between doctors, but you know you need to get that annual exam, we do have virtual primary care. You would need to go to an in-network lab if you're needing lab work. Yeah, that's obviously, we can't figure that out yet. We don't send you away to take your own blood. I feel like that wouldn't be a good idea. But once you close like out that virtual primary care visit, a chat with that doctor stays in bed for a while. So you can go back in and say, okay, my blood work is back. I have questions. I have high cholesterol. How do you think I should treat this? The doctors are going to get access to all of those records as well. So it allows you to keep an ongoing open dialogue with that provider for a period of time from the time you've seen them through getting lab work and closing out virtual primary care. It's very new. It's very, I haven't tried it. That one I haven't done yet, but it's interesting. And I think if somebody doesn't have access, this is a great way to get that in.
And I would add to that, I think that when you think about the evolution of that product, it came from COVID, if you think about it. When we're all stuck at home, and what are we going to do for care, right? So Anthem used to have Live Health Online, which is our teledoc related kind of call in and connect to a provider. Then all of a sudden COVID hit, providers don't have patients coming in. What are they doing for a revenue stream? They developed, all of a sudden they said, well, you can call us virtually, right? So the third step is now we provide a product that does that. So at the end of the day, we've got products for members, if they want to sit at home in their pajamas and talk to a doctor, kind of connect with their provider. You know, I had the same kind of thing happen. My provider moved. I had to get a new provider. The first thing my provider did was, let's talk online, because I can't get you in right away. It's COVID. We got on the phone. I set up an appointment. Very easy to work with. And so our evolution into that virtual primary care product comes from kind of that evolution of what's happened with COVID to all of this. So would add that.
It's your turn.
Oh, it is.
It is. Good job.
Great.
You get it led right in.
Great. So there's a few slides up there, and I'm not really going to kind of talk to them, because what I really want to talk about is somebody brought me along because one of the things that we want to introduce you to, if we're fortunate enough to get your account, who would you be working with? Well, you would be working with me. And I'll give you a little bit of my background. I'm going to start a little bit about my family first. And I think about service and how that relates to account management. But I wanted to give you my background. My mom's a 30-year retired teacher. I have 2 nieces that are teachers. My brother's a fireman. I have 2 daughters. One's working on being a physician assistant, and my other one is working on being a victim advocate. And when I think about all those jobs and everything that my family does, in some capacity, they are all service related. So then how does that relate to me? I'm a bit of the black sheep. I'm not, what did I want to do when I grew up? So I was 10 years in the Air Force, then I was an underwriter for 10 years. I was a broker for almost 10 years. And I've been at Anthem for the last 8 years, managing accounts as an account manager. So that's a little bit about the highlights of my background, but what's that mean when I work at Anthem as an account manager? The model at Anthem is, as Sonia said, once the account kind of goes through implementation and transition, then kind of the buck stops with me. Sonia will always be involved, but at the end of the day, I'm going to have the day-to-day responsibility from your account from A to Z. And that means medical, any other line that you have, your pharmacy, stop loss, all that kind of stuff would come through me. So my background with underwriting, that really falls in well with negotiating with my underwriting team, working with your consultant on coming up with the right financial price with our stop loss. That kind of all that integration occurs there. My background as a broker consultant, I speak their language a little bit, and so I worked with them a lot in other capacities with other consulting firms as well. And being able to provide the reporting and the data that they need to better serve you guys as your consultant. My job is to help assist them getting the information that comes from you. So when we talk about service, when everything's going great, everything's going great. Your employees are quiet. HR that doesn't have any issues, they're not coming to the board and saying, what the heck is Anthem doing? Things are great. What happens when there's a problem? And that's kind of where my team steps in, is when there's a roadblock that needs to be smashed through for a claim issue or a problem, whatever. My team, I'm supported by a lady named Michelle Evans, who is a service rep. And at the end of the day, she works day in and day out dealing with customer-related issues that come in from HR. So if you think about kind of how claims work and how maybe your claims have worked throughout the day, all of a sudden you've got an EOB that comes in, an explanation of benefits that says your benefit was paid at X, and you looked at it and went, that's not right. Well, you can do a couple things. You can call customer service. 9 times out of 10, customer service is going to help you. Or you're going to get on the phone and go, it's too complicated. They didn't really help me. What are you going to do? You're going to go right to HR and help. Well, HR is busy. There's a lot of things that function within HR. Benefits is a small piece of it. What we do is HR can call me or Michelle and say, my employee has this problem, handle it. And that's what we're designed to do. We're designed to take that burden off of HR, help with the problems. Because day to day, when things are going great, it's not a problem. It's what do you do when there's an issue and you need to get those things fixed. So my job is to make sure that those kind of things happen. If billing questions come up, eligibility question comes up, I have teams that work with that. I deal directly with our pharmacy manager, our pharmacy account manager, our pharmacists that work with the Ingenio product. I deal with all of those kind of things. So that's kind of the highlights of the job. I mean, at the end of the day, our structure is if the team within the district says, I want 1 or 2 people to talk to, we're set up to do that. If they say, you know what, I'd rather talk to my billing person direct, I talk to my eligibility person direct. Jeff, I'm going to talk to you when I have a high level problem because I'm not getting help. And they need you to knock down a wall. That's what I'm there for. The other thing that I do is I negotiate with USI on your renewal year after year. When it comes to the pricing and looking at your stop loss and the administrative fee, I work with all of that. So I'm kind of one-stop shop once I take over as far as after implementation. Anything related to implementation for me, and then I know how to farm it out, knock out issues. So that's kind of the highlights of what that role is and what we do from a service perspective. So do you guys have any questions? I mean, there's a couple of slides, but there's a slide in here that talks about some of the products. You can get into reporting, access your data. We've got a tool that helps with loading eligibility and things like that. So if you choose to kind of pull your own reports, look at your own data, look at your own eligibility, look at your own billing, you can do all that. But if you say, you know what, I'd rather have help and I want to talk to somebody about it, we've got the ability to do that as well. But other than that, I'm just here to answer questions that you guys might have.
Jeff, I was hopeful that you might be able to cover implementation.
I'm gonna.
So you're gonna
That's my baby. All right, implementation. So I take implementation very seriously. There's a philosophy, I think, a lot of sales folks that they sell and get out, and I don't believe I make a sale until I've successfully implemented something and everybody is happy on the other end. So I actually handled implementation all the way through. I extremely handled it. Some people think I handled it too much, but that's okay. So as part of implementation, we will be able to receive a file from you guys, and I know you asked several questions. We can receive a file of the initial employees, either through like an admin system. We can do it through a census template. We will work with you to figure out the best way. We'll set up an implementation timeline. You will have myself. You will have an implementation coordinator that is internal to Anthem. That will be part of the implementation as well. Through that process, we'll work with you guys to set up that timeline. What kind of communications do you need? Do we need to do pre-enrollment communications to make sure people know, hey, this change is coming. We want to get stuff out there. We'll help you with that. We will do meetings. If you guys are doing in-person meetings, if you're doing virtual meetings, if you're doing both, we will do all of it. I tend to come for as many as I can, but then I also have this whole support team that can help with that as well. We would handle anything that might be a transition of care issue. So if somebody might, generally speaking, they're seeing a doctor that's already in our network. It's not an issue. They have to give a new ID card. However, if for some reason that provider was not in the network and it fell under a transition of care situation, we would handle all of that through the implementation process. We can accept things like a prior authorization pharmacy file, a prior authorization medical file, and an open refill file, which are all different files depending on what you guys are able to obtain or want to obtain that we can load into our system, which would just help ease the member's transition. Let's say they got a prior auth December 1st. They did not go get their MRI by the 31st. It would allow us to go ahead and say, we see that they got the prior auth done. We're not going to make them do it. So we really work with you guys because this would be a self-funded plan. You guys own your benefits. And I know Ann spoke to that a little bit. We would walk through the benefits with you and make sure that we understood, yes, this is the benefit that we wanted. This is the intent of the benefits, that you guys had a clear understanding of your benefits. So we can go into lots of detail. We can go a little bit more high level, but it is something that I find is very important in order to have a happy client in transition. So I will be there for all of that. And this is very high level sample transition timeline. What you would get is going to be much more detailed than this. It's actually a packet for implementation, but we would want to do in August would be a little aggressive with you guys' timelines, but we'd want to start with a kickoff meeting. We'd want to look at our benefit coding. We would do any testing. If you guys have a file feed that would be coming over regularly, if we want to utilize that for initial enrollment, we'd want to begin setting that up, working with the appropriate IT folks so that we can begin testing that. That could be done for initial enrollment or it could be done after. It's not a big deal. We'd be setting up reporting. I'm even able to set up a specific email address for you guys at anthem.com if people had one-on-one questions, maybe my drug, is it covered? My doctor, I can't find that. We can do all of that level of lift for you guys. It's easier for us than what we know. And then it goes into enrollment through October, November, doing open enrollment meetings, getting those files back to us, however we decide to work together on. And then ongoing, starting in January, when Jeff and his team would start taking over meetings, we would have weekly meetings throughout implementation, or as long or as little as you want. So very flexible there. So. Okay. And the last slide, guys, I just wanted to re-emphasize a couple pieces to our offer, and I know this has been stated many times, but we do have a $60,000 medical implementation credit, of which if you needed to use a portion of that for that Magellan piece, you could certainly do that. It comes in the form of a check about 60 days after the implementation is complete. You will have a $20,000 pharmacy implementation credit. You will get an annual wellness credit of $15,000, and we'd love to work with you guys and with USI to help build a wellness plan. And then we have that network discount guarantee. Any questions?
Cindy?
I'm thinking.
I don't even know what questions to ask, so. Oh.
Well, when do you think we will receive stop loss information?
So initial stop loss information is out. And I don't know what you guys' timeline is for stop loss, about mid-September. So it looks like mid-September is when it'll just be a matter of us working to firm up our commitments out there.
You know, all of this is really great. I really appreciate the mental health access that you have here, and also the preferred provider or the main physician in this area. It's very difficult. It's difficult to identify one, to get in to see one, and then to find one that we would like, and then also to have it covered with insurance. So I truly appreciate that. But there are some employees that, you know, want to go to who they have.
Yeah, flexibility. You have to have both. I think that's important.
And, you know, there's currently there's issues with our pharmacy transition to Magellan. They provided a huge rebate, and with that comes a huge denial system. So if someone was receiving a prescription for the last 5 years, now all of a sudden they can't get filled because Magellan thinks that they should have something else. And there's kickback on transition, doing something new, going through this and change, you know. For the most part, our employees don't like the change. They're worried that it's not going to be covered the same before, they don't understand it, it won't be as good. And so the communication was huge, truly huge. And we have 6 separate campuses that will need to address all of the staff and provide all of that information, question and answer, and we need to do it on their time. I mean, their work time, not our time, so right. Fridays, and we need to coordinate that and do it really well with them. And so I want to make sure upfront that we'll have the support. I know John and will be always, but I just want to make sure that whoever we select here will be dedicated to educate and provide as much information and communication to all of our employees as possible.
I think that's important. I think the thing that I dislike the most is to hear a bunch of noise that I could have prevented at the gate by over communicating. I would prefer to be upfront. And John, we might want to talk about a formulary disruption or any kind of things like that. There's other reports we can run preemptively. I get very nitty-gritty into data because of that reason. I take the phone calls, so I know I take member phone calls all the time, and I've had people crying because I was taking this drug, and I need to know that this drug is gonna be covered. And so I have much respect for what you guys have to deal with on a daily basis, and I think it's important that the change is not just company change, that we're actually looking out for the best interest of the humans that are being affected by it. I think that's why I'm in this industry. I think it's very important. So I think anything we can do up front to mitigate, and then throughout the process, be able to be open with, okay, here are some of the challenges. There are some things we can do within our formularies, sometimes to have grandfathered situations. So we can have all those conversations as long as we know what we're up against. And I think that with the right data, and I don't see that being an issue, USI and Anthem can work through that very easily.
And also, as a self-funded, self-insured plan, we should be able to have access to any type of resources we want, correct?
Yes, so you would have access to all of your data because you're responsible.
And would I be able to run those reports myself?
Our suite of reports covers a lot of stuff. But if there's something that is missing that we need to create an ad hoc for, then you and I would have to figure out exactly what that is, and then I can request an order the ad hocs and get them to you. But our client information system that houses all of our standard reports is designed to cover 90.
And I can get in there and.
Yes, we can. USI can get into them. We've got, that's one system. Then on the billing side, if you want to look at, if you were to come with us and look at stop loss and have stop loss with us, there's reports that would show this is how your specific and aggregate stop loss insurance is running on the financial side as well. So that's a little bit different than like claim reporting, but you would have access to that.
You could also use the claim reporting to see where the stop loss.
Absolutely. We do a monthly invoice, but on that, there's a file that when it tracks the claims, there's a detail file behind that. So like if you were to sort it high dollar, you can kind of get an idea of whose high dollars are separate from the other reports, which it's gonna have your access to that as well.
I just want to point out one advantage between or having a bundled approach is that when you have the medical carrier managing the claims process, if there's a claim that they see that's getting near the stop loss level, they will actually transmit data to that department so that funding mechanism is just a little bit quicker versus having to transmit that to another company at a later time. So the funding of those claims are a little bit quicker by having that all internal process.
And we can also set alerts based on that as well, depending on the level you want it to be at. If we want a fairly standard, but we can alter those depending on the levels you're wanting to see high dollar claims.
I'm sure.
That's where you can get it to us, I promise.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Michelle with Summit. It was a little bit of an unfair advantage here because we're kind of positioning two totally different approaches, right, to how you manage your current program. Really, what we've seen from Summit has been really solid. Market feedback has been great, especially from the city in comparison to EBMS, who is your current TPA. So you really have to think of Michelle and her team as, the central hub, right? They do their best in trying to manage all the components for the team. But obviously, as we've seen tonight, with the bundled approach, that's all encompassed, right? So it's kind of nice also to have all those tools and resources under one roof. So two totally different perspectives. You'll have to figure out which one feels more simple or more advantageous from a financial management standpoint. But again, we're obviously here. We work with both of them and we'll ensure the board that will manage that effectively, whichever rate relationship you feel is the most beneficial. The question regarding, timing in terms of overall quotes, in terms of fixed costs, which is kind of what we're looking at here today. And then also what can we expect from the claims perspective? That will come later in September once we have further reporting to finalize the stop loss contract that we market for. Again, this is just a matter of reporting and timing on those components. So we'll have a much better kind of overall picture of what the plan is, et cetera.
Great.
All right.
We'll be able to put this on as an action item in September. And then people will be able to make their selection and vote for successful.
Then we have a couple more programs with wellness that I think bears consideration with the board as well that we'll bring in later. Obviously, this is a lot of data, so we need to kind of chunk it. There's a couple exclusive relationships that USI has nationally that also dovetail into Anthem's program. And actually, Anthem also helps us subsidize some of that program cost. So I think it's some really exciting stuff that we can talk about later. But just wanted to kind of plant that seed that wellness, obviously, and behavioral health and all those types of components underneath that are extremely important nowadays. And we want to just make sure we're listening.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here presenting. Appreciate it. Okay, just real quick. Did we have on our report, did we have any administrators that wanted to report anything to us? It's not on here, so maybe Deborah, if we could just add that on there, like as a.
The principals?
Yeah, like if they have something that they want to just, if they have anything. I know we've lost about half of them, but.
I'm the only one left.
Yeah, we've lost most of them, but if you had.
Next time.
If you had any reports or anything that you wanted to share right now, okay. I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I didn't mean to overlook all of our administrators, but it's our first meeting since school started, so.
Just so you're aware, we put requests for reports from them. We worked on
Okay.
them and we just quit.
Okay.
Well, school quit.
It's kind of hard to report when you.
I think was requested that administrators provide their reports to him and he would provide that
To Tom?
So it's
Okay.
superintendent's.
Okay.
They would be if there would be any.
Okay.
That's why we took it off.
Well, I just wanted to give them that time if they wanted it, so. Okay.
I did watch your YouTube video. It was very nice. That you guys did. It was good. I liked it.
We do have a new admin team, so it's been really great to just be out and about in school and being in classrooms. I would say I agree with Cindy that people seem really optimistic this year, which is great.
Good.
I'm really optimistic. I'm always optimistic. Yeah, so it's good. It's been a great start to the year, at least at MCHS. We had 2 days, so. It's fun.
You're not crying yet. That's good.
That's true. Not yet.
Finish discussion items.
If you want to, I just thinking that Stacy and Jeanette should be.
Would we like to take a break?
Well, that's what
Yes,
we're
please.
Do we
discussing.
want to do it now or action item? Now? I think Cody's ready.
Let's make Cody so. Let's get to the action.
No.
Guys, I've been drinking a ton of stuff.
I'm so good.
We're drinking water here.
Yeah.
You guys get 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's some crazy control. Okay. Recording. Okay, I would like to reconvene back into our meeting at 8:45. Okay, we were on discussion items. We're on discussion item B, Manal Elementary.
Is that, what we're going to do with the building?
I think so. Or maybe just an update. And I don't know if maybe Kyle has some update for us.
I think it's on there because Ed wants to make sure it's relevant.
We keep it
And
focused.
so we keep it there because I don't, I think I think all of us, we don't want it to be kind of like, the last
Get forgotten. Yeah.
that just stayed there forever and it was an eyesore. So,
Well, I think we did get.
hey, Ed, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Am I correct in that assumption?
I guess first of all, I'll make a motion, then we'll, then that way we can discuss it.
Well, no, it's discussion now. It's not an action item, it's discussion.
I went over there Saturday and walked around. And I would really like to see us maybe set up a time that maybe as many of us as possible could go over, maybe with the city planner and architects and construction people, whatever, and look around there and see and get people's ideas as to what can be done. I have some ideas, I think, but we really have a need for some teacher housing, and I think that's an ideal location for it. So, but how we could do that, I don't know. So if we could get some people over there, maybe we could come up with some ideas.
When do you suggest?
Excuse me?
When do you suggest we meet?
I would like to see it happen before our next work session if possible, but.
Okay. Okay.
When Mr. Burris returns, we can look into setting that up.
Yeah, how about if we get with Tom and get him to set that for us?
Sounds good.
Okay. Oh, no, that's okay. No, I was.
Yeah, because we need to do something about it. So.
Okay.
So to be continued.
Okay, yeah, we'll just keep that on our radar. Okay, any other comments on them all? Oh, okay, discussion item C, the cell phone letter and policy. So that's in our board.
And Ed, thank you for finding that letter.
Yeah, I looked through a bunch of them and that was a pretty simple one, I thought, and another district was using. We don't steal anything in education, so we sort of
yeah,
but very simple, had a few bullets on it, and I thought it was really good, and so.
Yeah.
Principals, have you seen it?
Do you want to see it?
Here's a heart.
Here, can you come up, look mine?
I think, and if this is implemented district-wide, yeah, that, and then everybody's just on the same page. If I'm understanding this is just a letter to the community, basically.
Well,
but we have to implement the policy.
We'll have to implement the policy, yes.
I will say personally, I mean, we sent out some information, this is somewhat similar. The thing is that it says we'll be permitted to use cell phones at lunch. And that's something we stepped away from because that is a time when a lot of this activity is happening. So we should just.
So for grade school and elementary, no cell phones.
Grade school, you mean middle school and elementary?
Is that what I say?
You said grade school.
Oh, elementary and middle school, yeah. I mean, we can't do anything about the high school because they go on campus a lot.
Well, I mean, unless we threw in there on this, during lunch on this,
school grounds.
School grounds.
Well, honest, yeah, that's what we said, was on school property.
Yeah. As long as you're on the school property, no cell phones.
I don't think you can implement that at the high school level.
Yeah.
But I think you can at the middle school and the elementary level a lot easier. Trying to implement that at the high school level would be an absolute nightmare for those administrators.
I don't want to speak too much on Evelyn's behalf, but I know that they were pretty strict on it yesterday, and they said they.
At lunchtime?
Well, I don't know about, I see what you're saying about lunchtime. Yeah.
Oh.
I do believe
Throughout the day.
they announced it yesterday to go into effect next Monday. So they're giving all of the students this week, and they're announcing it every day, so starting Monday.
No cell
No
phones?
cell phones.
Good for her.
And we did it throughout the day. Yesterday, we announced that we sent out a parent letter ahead of time, announced at the beginning of the 3 classes. And
Didn't work today though, did it?
Single cell phone that we had. No, we had one person that had a cell phone all day yesterday.
Wow.
560.
Didn't work today though.
It was needed today.
So,
Okay, well, that was good. A good percentage. It's always that one kid.
there's always going to be one.
I mean, I wish Emily was here because I think the high school level is a whole different
It's a whole different.
ballgame, you know, I mean, you've got, I mean, you're even at the middle school, you have a lot more control of your kids at lunchtime, and then they go outside. The high school kids, they're in the lunchroom, they're outside eating lunch, they're out in the front, you
They're in
know.
their vehicles?
They're in their vehicles, whatever. I don't think that we could. I think that would be a logistic nightmare for those people, but maybe I'm not.
I'm not sure what you're saying, Stacy. That policy says that they're okay during lunchtime.
Yeah.
Right, but Drew is saying that it's not okay. And Katie is also saying that it's not okay at lunchtime at the elementary and
the middle
school.
Okay. I couldn't hear Drew on there, so.
Yeah.
What he was saying.
To implement it, it needs to be a policy.
Well, we can do it as a policy like this, and, you know, our administrators can continue as.
They're already-
Because they're being.
No, we're in a meeting, no discussion. Yeah, they can implement their own, and then we can implement this.
Yeah, I think that would be an appropriate way to go, and
In your policy, you have the middle school
We
policy.
did it through our handbook.
Your handbook, yeah. Right.
This policy takes that next step.
So do we need to move on this?
no, this is,
No.
right?
Well, no, yeah, but I mean, do we need to bring it back as an action item? We're gonna
I
make
think-
it, see, we do.
Will it be part of our,
Yes,
Ed,
yeah, it needs.
I think so.
so you want at the next meeting?
If it's as a policy, any building can make it tougher if they want to or whatever, but at least that way we have a district policy on it. Do you agree? Drew? You raising your hand, so.
What you say, Jeanette?
I don't agree with each school making their own policy.
No, but what we're trying to do is to get the elementary schools on doing one policy book, and the middle school doing their policy book, and the high school doing theirs.
I know that, but I don't think, when it comes to this subject, I don't think we should have specifics for one group, specifics for another. I like this myself.
Yeah. So you think that the middle school should let the kids have their cell phones during lunch?
During lunch, I do. Mainly because of the kids that are withdrawn and they're off to themselves and they have no other source because they don't run around with kids. They're picked on a lot of times. And they have to have some time
For
other
themselves.
than just walk around and look at people, you know.
But that's also the time that they bully
There is a bullying time, yes, that's right.
you. So,
We could use Mr. Burris's policy committee he formed. to mesh all these different things into what we want our district policy to look like.
I think that's a good idea. What do you think?
Or, yeah, at least give them the opportunity to look at it and bring,
Yeah.
bring their,
Timely, but at
Let
least.
the community be involved in it,
I agree with that, but I do like this policy that.
just the way it is.
So in the meantime, what do these people do?
But they've already started.
What they're doing, I think
They've already
they're.
started, so I don't
Go.
think we can say no.
That's why, I mean, I think they need some direction on.
No,
on
they,
what-
they've already started.
And they need they need some backing because if we have parents coming, we need to be able to.
It's in Drew's book, right? It's in your handbook, so you've got the backing you need.
and we've approved your handbook.
We approved your handbook, so.
Thank you.
And
I'm good with that.
isn't it what Tom said, that if there's issues from people, they're to come and talk to him about it? Instead of picking on each one of them or us, you know?
Yep. They go to Drew or Katie or Robert. It's Robert. And then if they don't get satisfaction, they go Tom, and Tom deals with it. And he's pretty good at dealing with it.
Mhm.
Okay, so I guess we're
All righty. Okay, wow, action items. Personnel consent calendar. That was a big one.
Yeah.
Yay.
I'm going to accept the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay.
Before we approve the consent calendar quickly, I just need to make a point that there's a typo. On high school AP, I believe it says AP-AD, and it should just say AD.
Okay, what's the
Oh,
name?
AP.
Here,
Well,
you can't say the
I'll
name.
call out the name, but
Okay,
I believe it's the second line and it's highlighted.
okay, that's what I was needing to know.
Yeah, so that should just say AD, not AP-AD.
Just AD?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Okay, not an AP.
not an
Okay,
AP. Okay.
really? Oh, okay.
Sounds like we're squaring.
Cody, were you calling for a motion? I'm sorry.
No, Ed made the motion, I seconded.
Ed did?
Yes, Ed made it.
Thank you.
It's this right there. That's just gonna be the 18.
Voting is now available.
Underline, close.
Mine does it.
Oh, there.
3 times.
Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And I don't have anything recorded for Ms. Hart.
Yeah, my name went offline completely and I just got back in.
Okay.
If I'm out of town and I zoom in on the meeting, can I vote on?
Yes, and Ed had that option too, but they didn't have Wi-Fi in his hotel, so.
Okay,
he's on cell
well, no,
phone instead.
I was just wondering.
Okay. the
I'm not
vote
even
is
planning on
in,
being out of town.
And it's unanimous.
Maybe it just wasn't.
I'm still trying to figure out how to say my stupid
Okay.
password.
The motion passes.
Once you have the password in there, it's easy.
Action item
They have a-
B, the resolution for CASB governance restructuring.
That is me. I gave you those,
We have a motion.
We need to make a motion.
yeah. I'll make it. I make a motion that we accept the resolution for CASB governance restructure.
A second.
Okay, all right, Sherry.
Okay. Last week I handed you out the 3 resolutions. And I asked you how you felt about them. I gave you background information. And actually, we have been asked to be a part, to put our name on it as it goes to have to be at the delegate assembly to understand, but when the book comes out in September, you'll have all the resolutions in there and you'll say what school district has submitted the resolution. They've asked us to put our name with theirs. Callahan School District.
How many other school districts in Colorado have decided to go this route?
I have no idea.
And I'm sorry, there's so many different ones. This is for the calling for the board of directors to step down. Which one are you talking right now?
I'm talking about all three. What do you want to talk about each one individually?
I think they should be talking more
Okay.
individual.
So let's do the restructure. I've got this one's in my face.
I really like the restructure
The
on,
restructure of the CASB Board of Directors.
I like that one.
Okay,
I really like that one.
and then the other one. Where are they at?
The other one was
The other one is.
separated from
the
NASBA.
National School of Association, NASB. You like that?
That one, I think there's a middle ground. Here's what I think. I think you get CASB to go up to NASBA and say, provide us more or we're going to withdraw. We want more service from you. Because I think there needs to be more of hold their feet to the fire. Like, we're not getting enough service from you and we're paying you a lot of money.
Okay.
When
So far, there's been 17 states that have withdrawn from NASB.
I just.
I'd like to see what their response would be. Like, say, we're going to withdraw if you don't
Let
provide
me tell you
service.
why they're withdrawing. Well, it's in the resolution, but it is because NASB executive director sent that letter to the White House saying that parents should not be a part of education. That's why the schools have come out, and that's why. Ed, you go ahead and address this because you're behind this too.
Yeah, I disagree, Cody. It's not about the amount of service, it's about the kind of service that they're giving. And I think that's where everybody's, and it's actually 27 states, I believe, that have already withdrawn.
27 now?
And I don't think if we go to CASB and just say, tell CASB to hold their feet, to the fire to do this, it's not going to happen. So, and like I say, it's not about the amount of service, it's just the kind of service that they're giving. And I think that they're just off on a limb here and trying to do their own basically politics with it and stuff, and it's not in the best interest of a lot of states.
Okay, did that answer your questions?
Well, I guess I understood that and I read that. I don't know, it's almost to the point of
approximately $100,000 a year for the department.
To me, it sounds like we're going based on making a decision based on a rumor.
There's no rumor to it.
I've not seen that. I've not been able to find that.
There is, and I need to clarify this, there is a CASB board of directors that is a director for NASB. She will go off the board. I can't remember if it's this year or next year. I think it's this year.
I'm sorry, say that again.
She'll go off the NASB board this year. But she's on it right now.
Okay.
And I have talked to her and she's carried my concerns to NASB about it, and I've gotten no feedback. Because when Ed came and brought it up to me, right after he joined, I talked to Kathleen about it, and she took it and she said, well, they're going to deal with it, but I don't know how. That's the most I've got on it. So, just tell me that's, so we don't have to put our name on it. I mean, I'm not forcing you to do that. I'm giving you guys the option to yay or nay.
Yeah, see, I that was just the one I had the most trouble with, just because I think we're making a decision based on something that's so vague and seems like rumor to me.
Okay.
It does. And then, so then I got to look at what's relevant. What's relevant is they're not providing us enough services. And I think you go to NASBA and you demand more service. Say, hey, we're not feeling supported here. We're paying you a lot of money. And I think every single state should go to NASBA and say, do more. And I want to see what they respond with. If they don't respond, we can always cancel.
27 states full because they have not responded.
That's why I say they need to have a letter of demand before you have just a cancel.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I would be more for what can you guys actually do for regardless. Let's get down to work something out with providing some services.
Great.
So,
And I will carry that. I will give that information to them and I won't have, and we won't put our name on that resolution.
okay.
Okay, how's that?
I mean, that's just my, I mean,
Yeah,
everyone else
because-
wants to discuss, but that's
Well,
just
no,
how I
but it's-
feel about it.
I understand what you're saying, because the next one's the harsh one for me.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Wait, how much political pull does NASBA have?
They have a lot of pull.
Then why aren't they coming to our, our state meetings and helping us out with amendment or initiative 63?
Because-
I want them to start getting to the Senate, our state Senate, and start pushing that education is actually important. They need to represent us better.
They work on the federal level, they don't work on the state level.
That's right.
They could show up to those meetings.
Well, I agree with you, Cody, but,
They for darn sure don't care about rules.
and they, the road initiative, no, but I haven't, I'm going to address that with this next one.
Okay,
So are we finished with NASB?
finish with that, yep.
Okay, the next one's the harsh one. It's the one that gives me heartburn. Jeanette, do you have these?
I do now, yeah.
Okay. I have, for 2 years, I have gone to every CASB meeting and convention and anything that's gone. I've gone to delegate assemblies and I have begged for them to take care of rural schools as a CASB board. Because there are our board is mostly urban. Even though there's 128 rural school districts out of 178 districts, we have the power. But the rural districts do not go to the CASB meetings and they do not vote. So shame on us. But, so I'm with this one because I can give you an example well, let's start. There's so many different ways to go with this. Let's start off. Our executive director resigned in June. And then our counsel, our lawyer, resigned the 1st of July.
He did what?
Resigned. And then Susan, who has been there longer than anybody, resigned about a month ago, maybe. And there's 5 of them. Naomi has resigned. She is the one that does policies. It's real good on policies. And the last, that was Ramona that resigned, that does policies. And the last one is Sam Jones. She is also our counsel, our lawyers. Now, when I was president, I used them instead of going to the lawyers that we had to pay for. I would call them on school things. Unless it was something really particular that we needed outside counsel for. But I used them. I called them when we wanted to work with policies. They would help me write policies. I talked to Sam all the time. And Evan was relatively new, but he was great. He was right there at all of our meetings and giving us the information. The reason, there's a lot of reasons why they resigned, but most of it's because of our president. And I give you an example. When our executive director resigned, we gave him names to go to CASB staff for interim. And they chose the one person, wonderful person. She is a wonderful, wonderful person. I love her to pieces. And she'll do anything in the world for you, which might be the biggest problem. Because she'll do anything in the world for you. And so when we voted to have a permanent interim for a year, there were 8 applicants for it. And I knew 5 of them personally. And she was one of the one that we had appointed as the interim. The president and the executive committee, which there was only one person on there that is not in the cluster, I guess is the best way of putting it. They interviewed them all, and when they came to the board meeting, they brought one candidate to us. We didn't even get to hear what the others had to say. And so most of the board said, you know, you should have brought at least the top 3 to us. It's not right for you to just to bring one candidate to us and expect us to vote for that one. Well, there were a lot of people that voted no, me being one of them. Not because I disliked the person or didn't think she could do the job, but because we were being forced to accept something. Now they're not going to hire outside counsel. So we have no act, we can't go to them and ask them for help for little things, minor things. And they're using Kaplan and Ernst as their people. And now they have hired Sam, Kaplan and Ernst has hired Sam to write policies. So they're going to outsource our policies, Kaplan and Ernst. And the board hasn't had anything to say about this. This is all being done very quietly under the radar. So as Tom asked me the other day, what do we get out of them for our money? And at this point, I can't go on, except that we have a great legislative person. We currently have at CASB 2 senior staff. One's the interim and one's the legislature person. And he's doing many, many jobs. And so we have 3 other people that are new hires. Because of the friction and everything that's happened is why this letter came out. And if you've read it, then you've read the transparency, you've read the monies that's been spent that we haven't approved. There's a lot of things going on. And that's why they're asking to step down. Not leave the board, because they're gonna you can't kick anybody off the board. But just ask them to step down. Now then, I will tell you very honestly that there is about 5 CASB board directors that are saying rural districts are not being taken care of. And one of them is an urban person. And they're all saying, let's pull out of CASB and start a rural CASB. And start carrying these points like 63. Start carrying these things to the state, putting pressure on the Senate to do it. The legislature, the government, and start pushing for the rural districts and not so much for the urban. So I am personally, if things aren't better by the end of October, I'll have 2 more meetings between now and then. And if it's still going this direction, I'm going to write a letter of resignation as a board director, effective January 1. And as I talked to the old executive director yesterday, the one that resigned, and she said, Sherry, when you do that, you know they're going to jump up and down the track because you don't be quiet. You keep it stirred, you keep people going and thinking. So anyway, that's the background, and that's where I said that if you wanted more rural stuff, that's going on. That is what I've had ex-board directors call me and say, we need to do this.
If CASB was restructured, we wouldn't really need to be leaving though.
No, if they would restructure, if they would have somebody there that understood rural districts. Our president is from Boulder. His main person that he consults is from Boulder. The president-elect is from Pueblo. And the past president is gone in January. December. So the object is to try to find somebody that is rural to be president. But you can restructure. It was going great last year until this one stepped in. Well, really, COVID kind of hurts, and it made everybody lazy and gave people the foothold to change it. So,
But we got everybody fired up over everything we need too, so.
yeah. So, anyway, that is that one.
So I guess I don't understand how, who did the interviews? I mean, you're one of the directors, so how are you
I'm
not
not
involved
on the
in that?
executive team.
So there's okay.
They.
How many does that consist of?
Well, it consists of the president-elect, the past president, and two
So 5 people.
board members.
And who picks this executive team?
It was voted on
By,
the board,
okay.
so. And I know that one of them that's on the executive team, I was talking to her last Monday, a week ago, yesterday. And she said that whenever she tries to express an opinion, they shut her down. So. Just. So anyway, that is the down and dirty part of what I've been doing.
And I think you've done a good job, because I totally agree.
Agree?
I do. I mean, because we're here to protect our kids. And if we don't have some kind of say, there's nothing that we can do.
That's right. Now, and I was on the legislature team last year. And I went in and I talked to the government on the education committees and stuff, and I testified. But it was because of the executive director calling me and not because of.
Yeah.
So. There you go. I guess that's all I can say about it. I don't want to paint too bad of a picture because I think that the board's split in half. It's very divided right now. And you'll see some people, half the board feel the way I do and half the board feel the president does. So. So I didn't want to leave you colored with that. I just wanted to.
So when we vote on this, we're voting on all 3 of those.
Well, we
all 3
can,
of these.
you can just
Okay.
tell me, just tell me what you want to do and you can vote 2 ways. You can pull one or vote or all 3, vote for none of them, however way you want to do it. But right now the vote is to put our name on all 3 of them, but we can always amend the vote.
I make a motion. Can I do that?
The motion's already been made.
Who made the motion?
What was the motion?
Who did?
Oh, you
made the
did.
motion?
You did, very right.
Oh, I
And then
did, yeah.
Janelle seconded it. Sorry, I'm looking at C. Yep.
Who did make? It
Yep,
was
sorry,
me.
it's past 9.
Then I would second that motion to pass all 3 of these.
Okay, that's the way the motion was made. So you seconded it. Yeah. Okay, Cody, you want to amend it?
Sherry,
Sure, go ahead.
you wouldn't amend this. Instead, Cody, if you want to divide the question, first part stating one motion or the other, and then the second part stating one motion or the other.
So
And
just-
then that would have to be voted on and passed to divide it. If it doesn't pass, then you go back to the main motion, which is all 3 of them.
Makes sense.
Right. So I can basically make another motion to accept and
You
then
can-
one it. Okay,
To divide the question
gotcha.
into 2 parts. The first part being number 1 and 3, if that's what it is, and the second part being number 2. So you would divide the question, and then if that passes, then we would vote on each of them separately. If it doesn't pass, then we vote on the whole group of 3.
You understand?
Do you
Make a
want to make that motion? Ed, talking to Ed.
Oh.
I think he can word it well. I would rather break them up. So I make the motion to divide each one of these into their own separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we hear a second? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing your job.
No, you're, no.
I second.
Can we call for that question and
Okay, yep.
say aye to that
So
one?
Deb, if you can call for the question on the amendment. Or the,
Cody, you called for that motion, and Stacy, you seconded? Yes. So we're voting on the second motion to
to
divide.
separate the question.
Yeah, yes.
Second one first, yeah.
And that's just to divide them, right? It's not actually voting on
Yes,
each.
just to divide it.
Ed, what did you say?
You're voting on just to divide the question.
Right.
You're right.
Mind what I wrote, clean it up.
Okay.
Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you. This doesn't. Okay, here is where it gets kind of tricky, electronic. Wise, it wants me to pick a final resolution. Write this down just in case.
We may have to do this one manually.
Yeah. You have to do it manually, Deb?
Let's just see what happens when I go back to the original motion. So that motion fails. So we do go back to the original motion, correct?
Yes.
And voting is now open on all three at once.
Yes.
It's not like today. Mr. Rice, I didn't record your vote on this original motion.
Oh, he said no.
No.
That was on the last one.
On the-
Well,
on the-
this
on the
one, I still haven't gotten mine.
I still haven't got my thing.
Wait, what is, yeah, I haven't got my,
I haven't got my voting tab yet for the original motions.
oh, mine.
Oh,
I got it now.
You got it? I don't have it.
Go up to your corner. Oh, you did go to your corner.
I'm voting for the first one and I'm voting for the second one so far.
So from the original one, I vote yes.
I vote
You vote how?
Let's just call out the vote because some people haven't got it yet.
I still got my thing.
Frazier?
Aye.
Hall,
Aye.
Hart is already marked in as an aye. Noise is marked in as an aye. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mine came in.
Wells is marked in as a nay and Wright is marked in as a yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna move quickly on to this next one.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna have that first ready. Deborah, are you ready for us to move forward?
Second,
Okay.
there seems to be questions it's asking me. Okay, lock that in. So the motion passes to join the resolutions all together.
Okay, action item C, the resolution for Colorado to use a funding formula.
Okay, it was in your packet,
Motion.
but,
Oh. Do I hear a
Need a
motion?
I make a motion. Accept this funding.
Your second?
I second it.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
okay. I sent it off to Matt, who is legislating for Caspi, and he redid it a little bit he cleaned it up for me. So I'm going to reread it to you. It says the same thing, but it's more legalese. Caspi strongly encourages the Colorado Department of Education, the Colorado General Assembly to increase the funding for those students who require life skills services. CASB proposes a multiple of 3 times the current per pupil revenue for self-contained students. These students must have access to the services they need to achieve their full potential. Currently, Colorado School District must allocate funds intended for general education students to offset the unfunded portion of service that life skills students require. This is neither equitable nor sustainable. The state of Colorado must step up to support our most valuable, most vulnerable students. For the rationale, the current funding for life skills students is not adequate. District receives $9,424.84 for life skills and ESS students. Most life skills students require support from a one-on-one aide. These personnel costs start at an estimated cost of $40,000 with benefits. The discrepancy between what these students require and the amount of PPOR districts receive places an extreme hardship on the district budgets. CASB will seek to work with CDE and the Colorado General Assembly to fully fund ESS with a multiplier of 3 times the PPOR to provide the education these students deserve. So it says the same thing, only much nicer.
Any questions, comments?
Well, that one I love. That one I love.
Yeah, I'm glad I could find the issue.
Thanks, Sherry.
We'll end with a good one. Okay, Deborah, whenever you're ready.
Voting is open. Mr. Rice, how would you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not up. Okay.
There it is.
Just a little bit of a delay.
And it is an unanimous vote. The vote passes.
Okay, the Battle Rock enrollment contract amendment.
I make a motion that we table this to our next board meeting.
Second.
Who knows? I mean, I know Tom has been really involved in this. Do you guys have anything? I mean, wasn't this really pressing?
You know what?
They started,
We don't have the contract.
or they start
So-
next week.
Well, it doesn't matter.
We have the amendment. And that tells us everything that would possibly change.
Not really.
It does.
Not if you read the whole thing. For instance, what is their class capacity?
Their class
90
capacity is 90,
Yeah.
and they want to open it up to, what was it? Because I know,
No, she means what?
What is it now?
the actual building capacity?
What's the building capacity?
right now, this is how we do SWOs, the children's Kiva and then what else? What other school?
That's it.
This is changing the same wording to the same as those. Just FYI,
Well,
this is
no,
what Tom had said.
that- Yeah, does Kiva not have a cap? It has to have so many,
Capacity.
they have to have so many students, correct?
Well, I think I would have to look back at their contract. But
And that's why I'm saying we need to table it till we can read the contracts
Sure.
and know what we're voting on.
I do think that Kiva's is more liberal in the sense that I think it's based on what their building capacity is versus a firm number.
And that's what I
Has
thought this
anybody
was
been to
gonna be,
Babylon
was
lately?
what
What is
their-
their, if it's
What?
still just that one room class.
That's what
one
they
trailer,
change it to.
Then where are they going to put the students? And
Well,
that's where I'm going with this.
So I think what the issue is they have, I think it's like have a couple more students, but they legally can't accept them unless they change this. And so I think it's 3 or 4
Doesn't
students.
say that in here.
No, it doesn't, because this is an amendment. So I think that's what the problem is, and they're trying to fix it with this amendment.
Excuse me, board, I can give you some information.
Yeah, thanks, Cal.
Good, thank you.
So essentially, I think everyone's on the right track. Their contract is a little different than SWO's and Kiva, to where there's an actual number of FTE that they can enroll in their contract. They brought it up to me kind of the same way as they didn't understand the reasoning behind that, because they wanted to have enrollment based on what their capacity of their buildings are. What that number is, I don't know. That's determined by your, I guess, your fire marshal, whoever your safety inspectors are. But to your point, I think what their issue is with some homeschool enrollments that they have, they're looking at potentially 94. And because their contracts explicitly says 90, they're just trying to remove that number and put it to what their capacity would be. Now, what that number is, I don't know. But for this conversation's sake, I don't know if it would change anything, because even if we did know that, are we wanting to put that number in the contract? I don't know what the direction would be on that, but essentially the piece of paper that was provided to you was drawn up by their legal counsel. It reflects the paragraph that they want to amend, and it's essentially one sentence being taken out.
Right.
That's all it is.
And it does say a minimum of 50.
Yeah.
And shall not exceed the capacity of the school facility and site. I mean,
Well,
personally,
when you say on site, then that's.
Capacity of site, and that goes into projected enrollment.
I mean, that to me tells us that they have to at least have 50 to stay enrolled. And they legally can't have more students than the capacity inspection says they can have. Just like this building, we can't have more than, I don't know what the number is, 250 people in this building, or we get shut down.
But we're limiting them to 92. So we have an additional limit beyond the law. You know what I mean?
He's agreeing with you.
No,
okay.
I'm saying that we do have a minimum that they have to be.
Right.
We're not the only maximum, which is what Kiva and SWOS says, whatever the facility and the site.
So the max
is
capacity,
legally-
how does Kiva and SWOS agree? And that's why I said table it so we could see the contracts.
Right, off the top of my head, I don't remember specifically, but I do feel like it's more towards what is the physical capacity of the building?
The capacity?
Because, Kiva actually has been going through some changes, and they've added some space, planning to grow more towards the middle school.
Right.
We have a set number.
Except for Battle Rock.
Battle Rock
Rock's the
seems to
only
be the only one.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that, I don't even know why it came in there. I've never seen, we've always had a minimum number, but we've never had, when I was dealing with them, we never had a maximum.
The only thing that I can think is that
That's
one that is
capacity.
kind of a holdover from something that they had determined at a previous time was a maximum number that they could physically have there, but I know that I haven't been there, but I do know that they've added some structure
Okay.
as well, so.
Well, then I want to amend my motion to accept their contract.
I'll second it.
Well,
Ed has to.
Ed needs to.
Okay.
Yeah, Ed will need a second. You agree, Ed?
I don't need, I'll second it, but
Okay. Deborah, whenever you're ready.
so now we're voting on the amendment.
Oh,
Yes, the amendment to accept it.
Quick.
To accept their proposal.
Well, to accept the amendment.
To accept the amendment.
Yeah, take that sentence out. Oh, you have it.
Oh, I push the wrong button. I'm pushing buttons. Mostly my own.
When it works so well, when it doesn't work. Voting is now open.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
Mine was
Okay, then we will.
Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous, that motion passes.
Do it. You're up. I've had my fair share.
So then do we need to go back and vote on the tabling?
No, that one passed.
Because it amends, okay.
That was the amendments. Now we need to vote on the motion as amended.
We need to vote again?
Yes.
The main motion amended.
On the main motion.
On the main motion.
I
So we vote no as we accepted yes. Right?
No, because you're voting on the main motion as amended. So it's
Oh,
already
well, that's
passed
what, that we just voted on the amendment.
the main
Okay,
motion.
okay, makes sense.
Would have been cleaner to probably just withdraw your motion and start over, but we didn't, so.
Okay, so we had a motion to table it. But then she amended her motion.
Yeah, we
Now we're adding
voted
it.
on the amendment, now we need to vote on the amendment. What the amendment said.
Main motion as amended.
We all voted.
Does that make sense?
The main
It makes
motion
sense to
as
me, but
amended.
electronically, it doesn't work here. Right.
Yeah, and we
You
voted
make
yes
a
for the next one.
Yeah.
Right. But I voted yes to the first one.
Oh, but you do what?
Well, I should have said no.
Okay,
Because we didn't.
we just voted on the fact that I mentioned it.
Oh,
Now we're voting on what the amendment said.
yeah, so.
So we're voting on amending the contract, accepting the amendment of the contract. Is that correct, Ed?
Yes.
Okay.
That was the word last thing. Okay, and the second comes from
Ed.
voting is open. Ed, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay. Action item E, the Pleasant View Charter Application Amendment.
I make a motion that we accept the Pleasant View Charter Application Amendment to meet with them and set a date on when the application is due.
I second.
So I'm not.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me, don't second that yet, because I just read, yeah, that's correct. Amendment
Oh,
of the
yeah.
charter school.
Okay.
From August 1st to be September 20th. So I'm making a
Okay.
motion that we move the August 1st deadline to September 20th for Pleasant View charter application. Now you can second it, Jeanette.
Yeah, I'll second. I'm kind of lost here,
Well,
but yeah.
she just left it kind of open.
Yeah,
And I closed it up to the deadline.
Okay.
All right, Deb.
Voting is open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
There it is.
All right, action item F, the opinion, oh, sorry.
That passes unanimously.
Okay, action item F, the Pinion Project MOU.
Oh, she didn't have any to read.
To read that? Do we have to read that?
No, that's long.
I don't think we have to read the MOU.
No.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the Pinion Project MOU. How much do I have to read here?
You don't have to. We've already read it.
I just need a second.
Second it.
Okay, I have a question. Is this one of those projects that depends on the school doing that survey?
Healthy Kids Survey.
It was not mentioned in here, but I want to make sure.
I don't want to say 100% no. I don't have perfect information. Because I do know that like, the Opinion Project utilizes surveys like that for grants acquisition. I don't know if this one is tied to that specifically because so our resources that are being requested here for this are only like a part of what they generate for these positions. So this is like Check and Connect and some other services that we offer. I mean, if we did that solely on our own, $25,000 wouldn't necessarily cover that. So
well,
Opinion Project does require other funding. I would not, I don't know specifically if the Healthy Kids Survey.
It's not dependent on it though. I mean, if we don't give the Healthy Kids Survey, we accept this, we won't be
I don't believe so.
shooting ourselves in the foot.
No, I don't. Believe
Okay.
And how many years have we been doing that? We've been doing this for a lot of years, this Check and Connect.
Yeah.
Right, it's been pretty solid for a lot of years. Yeah. Alrighty. Deb, whenever you're ready.
Voting is now open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And that passes unanimously.
Okay, action item G, capital reserve request for the Transportation Diagnostic Work Center in the amount of $31,555.06.
I make a motion to accept this capital reserve request.
Second.
All right.
Does she have to read this one?
Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 2022-2023 capital reserve request to the school board dated 8/16/2022. Funds available $59,970 coming out of account 430-720-00-2700-0735. 0000. Amount requested $31,555.06. Project description diagnostic mobile work center identified by a needs assessment. Multi-bids provided, business office confirms funds are available. Approved by Kyle Archibald. Whereas the administration has need for an additional $31,555.06 to purchase diagnostic mobile work center. Now therefore be it resolved that $31,555.06 is authorized for expenditure from the capital reserve fund.
Is Kyle going to say anything about it or?
It was in his report.
It's all in his.
Yeah.
From what I understood from Kyle's report then that we had approved vehicles before out of that capital reserve and they chose not to get one of those vehicles and use that money for this, correct?
Right.
Mhm.
And it's gonna pay for itself within 2 years.
Right.
Right.
Voting is open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Action item H, change to substitute and sped teacher pay request for the 22-23 school year.
I make a motion to accept these.
Second.
There's no discussion or questions. Deb, you can call for the question.
Voting is open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, action item I, resolution for capital lease for the portable classrooms. I hear a
Make a
motion.
motion to accept the resolution for portable classrooms.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, resolution for the Board of Education, Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1, capital lease for 3 portable classrooms. Whereas the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 has identified a need to provide additional classroom spaces to the district's elementary schools, and whereas the tax exempt lease rate for such agreement will be based on a 3-year lease to purchase agreement with the rates to be used and customary property carrying costs after the facility costs are retired. And whereas the Board of Education has authority to approve the budget, size, scope, debt insurance, or debit insurance, and overall funding of non-general funding major capital outlay projects, including capital leases. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of School District number RE1 in Montezuma County is hereby accorded to take on the lease for 3 portable classrooms from American Portable Building Corporations, adopted this 16th day of August, 2022.
I talked about.
Yeah. I guess I just have one question because it's talking about a lease. So the lease is just for 3 years, or I'm sorry, three classrooms, but how long is the lease and
3 years.
is it?
3 years.
It's just for 3 years, and then what happens
No, and then
after that point?
We're purchasing it. We're paying
Oh,
for it.
it's saying,
It's a lease for 3 years, and then that's what we use our ESSER funds for.
okay,
And then after the 3 years are up, we'll just pay for it.
who we pay for? Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. I missed that somewhere. Okay. Then whenever you're ready.
Voting is open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, action item J, the second reading of the CASB core policy adoption.
Make a motion that we accept the CASB core policy adoption for second reading.
Second it.
Voting is now open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Is there going to be any discussion first?
If you'd like.
Would you like to talk?
Yeah, because I couldn't open all this stuff up on my phone here and stuff. So was there somewhere in there that we still have those policies that Brad Miller drew up for us and stuff too?
Yes, I know that we're going to be adopting those into our policies, once we approve these.
And then my other question was, and this goes on to the next motion, is if this is only the second reading for this, correct?
It's the second reading, which means it will be adopted.
Okay. Okay, that's good then.
Now then, even though we adopt this, we still can go in and change them and put Brad's in there and make them our own policies.
If you've looked in those folders at the end, I think K and L, I've started going through and identifying what we have, that we don't have, what
I've been
they
looking
don't
at
have. And we will have to get more specific, and we'll probably be doing sections at a time to make those adoptions.
Okay.
We'll copy those.
My discussion, and I want to thank Deb for putting all this time in that she's put in.
Oh my gosh,
to this.
she's got a lot more to do.
Hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's done a good job. So.
Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, action item K, abandon the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 policies.
I make a motion, we abandon MCSD RE1 policies.
Second.
Now then, what this does is we're not going to have two conflicting policies, correct?
Yes.
So we've adopted CASB's, and so even though they're in line with what we've already got, we're cleaning it up, correct?
Yes, and I can tell you from the fact that I've looked at 3 different sections very closely now, it's like 98% the same wording across the board. So there's just a few homegrown policies in there.
Good.
Voting's now open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Action item L, the first reading for the CCA Leadership Organizational Chart.
I make a motion to accept the first reading of this organizational chart. So I do have a question real fast. I don't know.
We need a second first.
Yeah, you probably have the same question.
I second.
Okay, so my question real fast, I have 2 links here, and one link's not opening.
Yeah,
The
mine
second
doesn't.
one does.
They're the same thing though, right? There's no difference.
I assume the first one doesn't open for me either.
Because I'm
The first
certainly,
one is policy, the new policy,
yeah, I've not been able to see.
and the second one is kind of our in-house with more.
Okay.
Can I see the policy? Because I've not been
The first
able
one I didn't.
Oh, now I
didn't
can open it.
How did you do it?
Well,
to be that late.
maybe.
Because mine says that I have to do an app or something to open.
And I can't download apps.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not letting me do that.
So, yeah. I did.
I have the same problem.
Yeah, so and I'm not.
Yeah, we all,
And then it makes me download, download an app, which I need a password.
I think they.
Or
just
I don't.
I don't know. It's like this thing.
Sorry.
So no app.
Guess I know, do in the future, some guys.
Do you want to look out?
Well, that's.
So, yeah. pretty
It's
much
basically the same thing.
Yeah, it's
Thing, just written a little.
In policy form, huh?
Names are all.
okay.
Part
This
form.
is the director,
Yeah.
what they're doing, so,
Yeah.
okay.
Just, yeah, the one that we have has names and that one doesn't.
All right, so then my next question, does that mean we're gonna get an assistant superintendent soon?
Is advertised? I've got 3 candidates applications.
Okay.
Okay.
How do they look?
Compared to.
Yeah, but it's-
Once Tom returns, we'll have the opportunity to sit down.
Great, okay.
Did we vote on it?
Voting is now open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Action item M, the second reading, a CBA/CBC qualifications and powers, and responsibilities of the superintendent.
Make a motion that we accept CBA, CBC.
I second.
So the reason you're seeing some of these is they were ones you guys were already in the process of looking at. They've been reviewed by the policy committee that Tom formed. And so these will slide right into your new CASB policy since you're.
They didn't make any changes though, did they?
I don't think.
Because I didn't see any red lines.
I think it was more review than.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, at the end, I put reviewed instead of revised. Online voting is open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Action item N, the second reading of CBB recruitment of superintendent.
Motion to accept CBB recruitment of superintendent.
Second.
Online voting is open. Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. How do you vote? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
I just want to, what do we have on the work session? That's a horrible picture, but.
So do we actually vote on that? Because it's gonna move to adjourn.
I just want to make sure we have the Manal.
Where'd you get that at?
On the work session, and then we have the insurance, right? Is it on the work session?
You had somebody during public comment tonight too, but I couldn't hear what they said.
Oh,
But I know they were told that it would be brought up on the work session.
Yeah, I think
That was the insurance.
No, that was school.
It was gonna be an action item. The benefits was gonna be an action item for the
We
meeting.
can discuss it more if you would like during the work session.
I think we need to, don't you guys? The insurance?
Well, or at least get your recommendation.
Yeah.
Like what
I'd like
you.
you to talk to us.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it needs to be on there, so.
Okay, so, we already adjourned this meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, at 12:00, at
And you
10:01.
where that, the woman that came and talked about the safety of the students.
I know.
I don't think there's much we can do about it, but we can discuss it.
I actually think the appropriate way would be to have her, have a good conversation with Tom. I think that would be
Tom? Yeah,
I think that would be the best thing.
I do too, but we need to do it during the work session.
Well, no, she can set a time
Yeah.
to meet with Tom at any time.
Yeah.
But,
And so
we have her contact info, right?
And if you just have Tom contact her, then we don't have to discuss it.
I would prefer
Because-
that.
Because there's not really much here to do. Oh, thank you.
Are we all?
Are we all?
Humdrum.
Are we all?